The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? There is a quorum. The House and gallery, please rise for the invocation which will be offered by the chaplain.
O God, our help in ages past, our hope for years to come, in you we place our trust. Be now our help, we pray, so that our work may be truly fruitful and pleasing in your eyes. We thank you for the gift of our lives, and we give them back to you, that you may do unto us according to your will. O Lord, we trust in you. Increase our faith. Amen.
The House and gallery, please rise for the invocation which will be offered. House recognize the Honorable John Rosenthal of Harris County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, guests in the gallery, please join me in the pledge to the flag of our great nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now please join me in the pledge to our Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Do we have any?
Jennifer? Miss Neil Wilson. She's got issues yesterday for the progression. Oh, but I don't have anybody.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action.
Thank you. The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Vicky Bacos of Midland, Texas, as our Doctor of the Day. Members, would you please take your seats? Our first resolution today is a memorial resolution. Members, please take your seats. The first resolution is a memorial resolution. The chair recognizes Mr. Paul for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1019.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1019 by Paul in memory of Stanley James Briers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Stanley James Briers was born in 1936 alongside 6 siblings. He served the United States Army and then continued his education at Tulane University and then the University of Houston. Go Cougs. In Houston, he established a successful air conditioning, electrical, and plumbing company through which he became active in his professional community, in which Mr. Briers held leadership roles in numerous trade associations. I know Stanley for 30 years as an activist for helping us for causes and coming up and working in the legislature for his beloved plumbing industry. He was plumber number 1. A lot of y'all probably interacted with him over the years as he came. Stanley was a good friend and was the first person to ever support me in my races when I first ran for the executive committee, and then also when I first ran for the state legislature. He loved the state of Texas. He loved his business, his plumbing industry, and above all, he loved his family. Stanley was the kind of Texan that we could all be proud of, that come and fought for his values, that believed in what we were doing, and took care of Texas in every way he could. He valued family above all else, sharing a rewarding marriage with his wife Caroline, and took great pride in his children Dorothy, Latney, Tipton, Harry, Kimberly, Kelly, Tammy, and Brandon, and his 17 grandchildren and his 5 great-grandchildren. His family is with us today in the gallery, and I'd like him to raise and be recognized. Carolyn and the children are right here, so thank you very much for coming today and being a part of this. We will miss you, my good and dear friend, Stanley Briers. I move adoption, Speaker.
Members, this is a memorial resolution. All those in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. Thank you, Mr. Paul.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bohani for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to suspend all necessary rules to take up H.R. 1167.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1167 by Bojani, recognizing April 20th, 2023 as Texas Capitol Staff Appreciation Day.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bohani to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Typically, this is what I would say. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. But today, this resolution is not about us. H.R. 1167 honors all Capitol staff, from our interns to policy analysts to our chiefs of staff. Only 181 legislators serve in the Texas House and Senate, but there are hundreds of staffers working for us that make the legislature run so smoothly. They prepare talking points for when we have to lay out our bills. They help us when we have to do our social media posts. They discuss policy with stakeholders, and they even order our lunch and keep us happy. I know all of our staff are diligently watching this broadcast in our offices right now. So I want to remind them that there's a small token of appreciation waiting for everyone on the south steps of the Capitol. And I want to remind the rest of us on the floor that we should not just appreciate our staff on just one day out of the session, but every single day. Remember their birthdays. Yesterday, my communications director had a birthday, so happy birthday, Everett, again. Greet them with a smile. Recognize their achievements outside of the Capitol. And just a simple thank you goes a long way. On behalf of all my colleagues on the House floor, I'd like to thank each and every staffer that works in the Texas Capitol. We are so grateful for your hard work and dedication to the people and the state of Texas. Members, this resolution is very special to me, so I hope that each member signs on to this resolution with me. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move for adoption.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Ms. Jones moves that all members' names be added. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to suspend all necessary rules to take up H.R. 1069.
The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1069 by Bojani, commemorating Eid al-Fitr 2023.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Many of you know that Muslims around the world, including those working at the Texas Capitol, have celebrated Ramadan for the past month. Ramadan is a month of giving and generosity. It is a time for mental and spiritual reflection. It is a time to think about our communities and remember those in need. We fast from sunrise to sunset, practicing restraint to bring us closer to God. Tomorrow, we will begin celebrating Eid al-Fitr, which marks the end of the holy month of Ramadan. Muslims around the world will be offering prayers, spending quality time with their family and friends, and having delicious and exquisite food. This year is a year of many firsts. This is the first time the Texas legislature has had Muslims serving in the House. And this is the first time we have honored the Muslim staff and faculty that have worked in these halls for years. And as one of the first Muslims elected to the Texas legislature, it is an honor to commemorate this special day with my colleagues at the Capitol. Thank you all for joining us in this celebration. May this holiday bring peace, happiness, and prosperity to everyone. And to the 2 billion Muslims worldwide, especially the 500,000 who live in the great state of Texas, I wish you all Eid Mubarak. May peace be with you and may God bless you. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lamani.
Thank you, and I just wanted to echo what Representative Bojani said. Eid Mubarak to everybody. Thank you.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all necessary rules and take up and consider House Resolution 1080.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1080 by Spiller, commending the first responders who went above and beyond to save 2 children trapped inside a cave in Lampasas County on March 18, 2023.
Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we have first responders from Lampasas County here in the gallery. They're being recognized for their bravery and coordination in a recent rescue effort on the Lampasas River, where they were able to save the lives of 2 children. I personally would like to thank and commend the following for the actions they took and the patient care that they provided to the critically injured children: the Kempner Volunteer Fire Department, the City of Lampasas Fire Department, Lampasas County Sheriff's Office, City of Kempner Police Department, and Hamilton EMS. Our first responders member and law enforcement officers risk their lives each day to keep our community safe. They're the true heroes, and I'm proud to have them serving the people of House District 68. If those folks that were recognized in the gallery, if they'd please rise. Members, thank you for joining me and thanking them for their service, welcoming them to their state capital. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Stuckey moves to add all members' names to the resolution. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Wiley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to suspend unnecessary rules to take up and consider H.R. 1147.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1147 by Wally, commending Pastor David L. Smith on his 31 years of service to New Bethlehem Missionary Baptist Church in Houston.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're taking up this resolution because this weekend, Pastor and First Lady David and Linda Smith at New Bethlehem Missionary Baptist Church in my district are celebrating 31 years of service to the community. They're wonderful people. They've become family over the years, and they're just people that I really adore. I also want to, aside from the First Lady, Ms. Smith, Pastor Smith, but their daughters, Tamara, Crystal, Jessica, and the grandchildren, Jayla, Tamia, Chandler, and King. And we just love the family. My wife and I spend a lot of time with them, and they've been pillars in the community. I move passage.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Motion is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would like to recognize a group of individuals here from Katy. They're part of the listening circle, the community members of Katy ISD. I see that we have, I believe, Superintendent Gregorski up there, Katy ISD School Board member Rebecca Fox, and other members of the community and Katy community helping to make sure our schools in Katy ISD are functioning well and educating our children well. And so give them a big round of applause. Welcome to your Texas Capitol.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel for a recognition.
Mr. Speaker and members, I'd like to recognize with House Resolution 1016, H.R. 1016, which pays tribute to the Legacy Community Development Corporation for its contributions to Southeast Texas. Legacy CDC is a nonprofit organization that provides housing services for low-income families and ensures the safety and well-being of their children. Over the past 17 years, Legacy CDC has played a critical role in the disaster recovery and response efforts in Southeast Texas. The organization has provided aid to residents in the aftermath of Hurricane Ike, Harvey, and Imelda, among others. Legacy CDC Executive Director Ms. Vivian Ballou, one of my favorite people, is here today, and I would like to recognize her. If you could stand up, please. If you all would mind just recognizing one of my favorite constituents in my district, please. Thank you for being here. I move adoption, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection to adoption? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all rules and take up H.R. 1175.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1175 by Lambert, recognizing April 20th, 2023 as Refugee Advocacy Day at the State Capitol.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it has been demonstrated over a long period of time that the refugee population in Texas has expanded over the years. We have grown because of a great diverse economy. They have contributed in many, many ways to our state. Day for refugees, and with that, I move approval.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection to adoption of the motion? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Members, we're ready to begin the consideration of the congratulatory calendar. Please take your seats or take your conversations outside the rail. The following congratulatory resolutions have been withdrawn or previously adopted. The clerk will read the list.
H.R. 1080 by Spiller.
The chair lays before the House the following congratulatory resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions.
SCR 40 by Canales, Sean M. Snyder. SCR 41, Guerra, Ricardo H. Hinojosa. SCR 43 by Murr, Texas A&M Policy Interns. HR 555 by Jay Johnson of Harris, Jalen Hurts. HR 955 by Gonzalez El Paso, Jamie Esperanza. HR 957 by Plisa, the University of Texas at Dallas Women's Basketball. HR 958 by Lujan, Carrie Hoff-Power. HR 959 by Lujan, Michael Sorolla. HR 960 by Lujan, Candace Anaya. HR 962 by Plisa, the University of Texas at Dallas Chess. HR 964 by Guillen, Nativity of the Blessed Virgin Mary. HR 967 by Rogers, C. Parker County Sheriff's Posse. HR 971 by Schaefer, Patrick Mahomes. HR 974 by Click, Long-Term Care Nurses Day. HR 975 by Timish, the Colony Economic Development Corporation. HR 977 by A. Johnson of Harris, Joan Carfs. HR 978 by A. Johnson of Harris, Erez Lieberman Aiden. HR 979 by A. Johnson of Harris, Brandon Levin. HR 980 by A. Johnson of Harris, Dr. Evelyn Tang. HR 981 by A. Johnson of Harris, Dr. Lawrence Sadler. HR 982 by A. Johnson of Harris, Dr. Corey Evans. HR 985 by Price, Sherman County Courthouse. HR 988 by Leach, Texas Deposition Reporting Day. HR 989 by Longoria, Leslie Flores. HR 990 by Longoria, Ed Couch, Elsa High School Girls Powerlifting. HR 991 by Stuckey, Deputy Chief Rachel Fleming. HR 993 by Moody, Castor Range National Monument. HR 994 by Craddock, Midland Health Nurses Week. HR 997 by Longoria, Kelly Guzman. HR 998 by Canales Fire Chief Sean M. Schneider. HR 999 by Leah Wilson, Four Corners Oil. HR 1000 by Harris Vanderson, Connie Hickman. HR 1004 by Guerin, Sonny Dykes. HR 1006 by Johnson of Dallas, Dallas College, Brookhaven Women's Soccer. HR 1007 by Stuckey, University of North Texas Men's Basketball. HR 1008 by Temish, Avid Program. HR 1010 by Lujan, Nicole Bernal. HR 1013 by Temish, Christy Hassett. HR 1014 by Temish, Tracy Scott Miller. HR 1010 by Lujan, Nicole Bernal. HR 1013 by Temish, Christy Hassett. HR 1014 by Temish, Tracy Scott Miller. HR 1015 by Temish, Christian Community Action. HR 1011 by Manual, Legacy Community Development Corporation. HR 1017 by Gonzales of Dallas, Steve Ray Vaughn Park. HR 1018 by Lopez of Cameron, Texas Counseling Association Advocacy Day. HR 1021 by PLISA, Texas Pool Foundation. HR 1022 by PLISA, Cynthia Hinches. HR 1023 by PLISA, Mark Letterer. HR 1024 by PLISA, Jill Engelking. HR 1025 by PLISA, Sarah Meyer. HR 1026 by PLISA, Dr. Nydia Cedillo. HR 1027 by PLISA, Julia Ann Zamorano. HR 1020 by PLISA, Karen Lee. HR 1029 by PLISA, Tyson Jones. HR 1030 by PLISA, Kristen Bishop. HR 1031 by PLISA, Kristen Kennard. HR 1032 by PLISA, Chris Dunkel. HR 1033 by PLISA, Amy Weems. HR 1034 by PLISA, Lee Ann Earnhardt. HR 1035 by PLISA, Janice Williamson. HR 1037 by PLISA, Jeff Banner. HR 1038 by PLISA, Jen Howe. HR 1039 by PLISA, Chad Stoker. HR 1040 by PLISA, Jana Prince. HR 1043 by PLISA, Crystal Roach. HR 1044 by PLISA, Dr. J.C. Jamar. HR 1045 by PLISA, Brian McCord. HR 1046 by PLISA, Katie Britton. HR 1048 by PLISA, Karma Cunningham. HR 1049 by PLISA, Pamela Clark. HR 1051 by PLISA, Brian Bird. HR 1052 by PLISA, Dr. Joy Lavelle. HR 1054 by PLISA, Matt Russell. HR 1056 by Ramos, Swear to Care. HR 1057 by Clardy, Panola County Day. HR 1059 by Cole, Mount Zion Baptist Church. HR 1061 by A. Johnson of Harris, Miller Outdoor Theater. HR 1063 by Burns, Cleburne Regional Airport. HR 1066 by Leo Wilson, Reverend D. N. Benford Sr. HR 1067 by Canales, Grupo Frontera. HR 1070 by Noble, Catherine Gibb. HR 1071 by Busey, Jordan Robinson. HR 1072 by Busey, City of Cedar Park. HR 1075 by Clardy, Christ Episcopal Church. HR 1076 by Clardy, Christ Episcopal School. HR 1078 by Clardy, Margaret and Jim Perkins. HR 1081 by Lujan, Daniel Romero. HR 1082 by Lujan, Hannah McMullen. HR 1083 by Lujan, Lauren Williams. HR 1084 by Lujan, Autumn Judemeyer. HR 1085 by Lujan, Gabrielle Alonso. HR 1087 by Bella Montgomery, Carrie J. Quinn. HR 1089 by Button, Asian American and Pacific Islander Month. HR 1090 by Harrison, Life School. HR 1092 by A. Johnson of Harris, James Newland. HR 1093 by A. Johnson of Harris, Elizabeth Chapman. HR 1094 by A. Johnson of Harris, Lamar High School Teams. HR 1095 by Wally, Guadalupe Ledesma. HR 1098 by Button, Julie Reynolds. HR 1099 by Munoz Jr., Leadership Mission Day. HR 1100 by Slauson, Granbury Regional Airport. HR 1101 by Bumgarner, Captain Colin Sullivan. HR 1103 by Schofield, Home Run Dugout. HR 1104 by Turner, Keisha Mays. HR 1105 by Schofield, R. Jack Cagle.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolutions? The chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. Members, please take your seats. We are ready to begin the consideration of the memorial calendar. The following memorial resolutions have been withdrawn or previously adopted. The clerk will read the list.
The following memorial resolutions have been previously adopted. HR 986 by Burns, HR 1019 by Paul.
The chair lays before the House the following memorial resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions.
HR 963 by Guillen, Lacey Lee Pruski. HR 973 by Bowers, Roger Neely. HR 983 by Stuckey, Fred Myers. HR 987 by Leach, Sandra Gale Collins Holland. HR 992 by Stuckey, Melvin J. Meadows. HR 995 by Morrison, Will Martin Jr. HR 996 by Morrison, Claude Barton Jacobs. HR 1001 by Darby, former State Representative Robert R. Bob Turner. HR 1002 by Cassell, Larry Leon Wiseman. HR 1003 by Cassell, Teresa Linda Becca. HR 1060 by Martinez, Maria Adela Sainz. HR 1064 by Temish, Linda Ann Hoffman. HR 1077 by Clardy, Eric Thomas. HR 1086 by Jones of Dallas, Greg Hudson. HR 1096 by Temish, Assistant Chief J. Patrick Powell. HR 1097 by Burns, Marvin Ronald Ron Leyland.
All those in favor of the adoption of the resolutions, please rise. The resolutions are unanimously adopted.
Members, we are ready to begin consideration of the local consent and resolutions calendar. If you have a bill on today's calendar, please be ready to explain your bill when it is reached on the calendar. And members, if you have any intention of talking or knocking a bill off, would you please check with Chairman Harris prior to doing that? The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain House Bill 109.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, members, this bill simply allows patients to pay the difference out of pocket for a more expensive hearing aid if their health plan doesn't cover the full cost of the device, and I move passage.
Members, you've heard explanation of House Bill 109. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 109. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 109 by Johnson of Dallas relating to health benefit coverage for hearing aids for
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 109. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain House Bill 195.
Good morning, members. This bill helps with special education students being included in the campus emergency plans. I move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 195. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 195. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 195 by Gonzalez of El Paso relating to provisions and plans by public.
Question occurs on the passage to engrossment of House Bill 195. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 195 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain House Bill 207.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill fixes some rural homestead lending issues. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 207. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 207. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 207 by Murr relating to the exclusion of certain conveyances.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 207. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 207 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain House Bill 282.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill honors the Texas Military Department with specialty license plates. I move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 282. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 282. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 282 by Swanson relating to the issuance of specialty license plates.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 282. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 282 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain House Bill 291.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill updates occupational driver's license statutes. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 291. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 291 by Murr relating to occupational driver's licenses.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 291. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 291 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris to explain House Bill 444.
Mr. Speaker, members, this merely said that the money that is collected in the county for the violation stays in the county.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 444. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 444. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 444 by Thompson of Harris relating to certain civil penalties collected.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 444. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 444 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain House Bill 474.
Thank you. Members, this bill works to strengthen the CASA programs to improve the reporting of active versus inactive trained volunteers.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 474. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 474. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 474 by Hull relating to certain requirements regarding.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 474. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 474 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain House Bill 517.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, this bill includes the definition of a close relative of
Members, you've heard the
victim.
explanation of House Bill 517. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 517. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 517 by Johnson of Dallas relating to the persons who may provide information.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 517. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 517 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Harris to explain House Bill 586.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill relates to the annexation of certain rights of way.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 586. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 586. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 586 by Thompson of Brazoria relating to
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 586. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 586 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Cole, or excuse me, Chair recognizes Ms. Cole to explain House Bill 1171.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill preserves Austin Travis County EMS as civil service.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1171. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1171. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1171 by Cole relating.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1171. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 1171 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain House Bill 1195.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill closes the loophole to prevent deed fraud.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1195. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 1195. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1195 by Holland relating to the authority.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1195. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1195 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain House Bill 1297.
Mr. Speaker and members, this bill simply expands the opportunities for
Members,
vision
you've heard
screening.
the explanation of House Bill 1297. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 1297. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1297 by Dutton relating to vision.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1297. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 1297 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris to explain House Bill 1558.
Allows older subdivisions permissions to amend deed
Members, you've heard
restrictions.
the explanation of House Bill 1558. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 1558. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1558 by A. Johnson of Harris relating.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1558. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 1558 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain House Bill 1604.
This bill is for Augustine V. Ideal as we work together to make universities
Members, you've
more
heard the
inclusive.
explanation of House Bill 1604. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 1604. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1604 by Gonzalez of El Paso relating.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1604. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 1604 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain House Bill 1712.
Mr. Speaker, members, the magistrate's name on certain signed orders.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1712. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 1712. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1712 by Canales.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1712. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 1712 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain House Bill 1949.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This does what bills do.
Members,
Move
you've heard
passage.
the explanation of House Bill 1949. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1949. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1949 by Smith.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1949. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 1949 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain House Bill 1959.
This bill allows peace officers to move their children.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1959. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 1959. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1959 by Noble relating.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1959. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 1950 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain House Bill 1993.
Comptroller tracking devices.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 1993. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 1993. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1993 by Harris Vander.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1993. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1993 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain House Bill 2100.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill expands the list of eligible applicants.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2100. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2100. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2100 by Price.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2100. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2100 is passed to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2130.
Without objection, House Bill 2132 will be deferred to the end of the local and consent calendar.
Thank you. Thank you, members.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain House Bill 2157.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2157 will grant greater flexibility to state agencies.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2157. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2157. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2157 by Metcalf relating to the salary.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2157. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2157 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain House Bill 2251.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will modernize an outdated case
House
management
Bill
system.
2251. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2251. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2251 by Raymond relating.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2251. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 2251 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain House Bill 2268.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And member, this bill simply expands
Members,
the
you've heard the
opportunity for judges
explanation of House Bill 2268. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2268. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2268 by Dutton relating to matters.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2268. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 2268 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain House Bill 2341.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2341.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2341. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2341. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2341 by Guillen.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2341. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2341 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 2398, has been withdrawn by the author. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain House Bill 2454.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2454 creates the offense.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2454. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2454. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2454 by Guillen relating to.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2454. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2454 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain House Bill 2469.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2469
Members, you've heard the
move
explanation of
passed.
House Bill 2469. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2469. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2469 by Garrett.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2469. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 2469 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain House Bill 2559.
The bill is explained.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2559. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2559. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2559 by Basut.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2559. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2559 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain House Bill 2575.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2575 reauthorize the Dow
Members, you've heard
Workforce.
the explanation of House Bill 2575. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2575. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2575 by Button relating to the work.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2575. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 25 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to explain House Bill 2738.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, contracts, general land office.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2738. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2738. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2738 by Thompson Brazoria.
A question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2738. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2738 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain House Bill 2777.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Texas Parks and Wildlife
Members, you've heard
contracting.
the explanation of House Bill 2777. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2777. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2777 by Holland.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2777. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 2777 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Buckley to explain House Bill 2892.
Mr. Speaker, bill allows military parent transfer.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2892. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2892. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2892 by Buckley.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2892. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 2892 is passed to engrossment. Without objection, House Bill 2899 will be deferred to the end of the local and consent calendar. Oh. Okay. Chair recognizes Mr. Harrison to explain House Bill 2901.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, motor vehicle safety standards.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2901. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 2901. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2901 by Harris Anderson.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2901. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 2901 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain House Bill 3007.
Thank you. This bill benefits the
Members, you've
Water
heard the
Authority.
explanation of House Bill 3007. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3007. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3007 by
The
Goldman.
question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3007. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 3007 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Stuckey to explain House Bill 3099.
Designating the Lost Battalion
Members,
Memorial
you've
Highway.
heard the
Move passage.
explanation of House Bill 3099. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3099. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3099 by Stuckey.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. House Bill 3099. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3099 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Theory to explain House Bill 3273.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows postcards to be mailed
Members,
by
you've heard
county
the
appraisal.
explanation of House Bill 3273. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3273. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3273 by Theory relating to public notice.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3273. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 3273 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Anderson to explain House Bill 3287.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3287.
Members, you've heard the
has two
explanation of
locations,
House Bill 3287. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3287. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3287 by Anderson.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3287. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3287 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain House Bill 3290.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3290 allows...
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3290. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3290. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3290 by Guillen relating to the next generation.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3290. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3290 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 3493, has been withdrawn by the author. Chair recognizes Mr. Burns to explain House Bill 3514.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is relating to the authority of municipalities.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3514. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3514. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3514 by Burns.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3514. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 3514 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain House Bill 3641.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this aligns the state definition.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3641. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3641 by Guillen.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3641. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 3641 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain House Bill 3643.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this strikes language that allows...
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3643. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 3643. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3643 by Guillen relating to the issue.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3643. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 3643 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain House Bill 3647.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This eliminates enforcement actions for traffic
Members, you've heard
violations.
the explanation of House 3647. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3647. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3647 by Guillen relating...
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3647. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 3647 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain House Bill 3731.
This bill codifies the BCRAGD.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3731. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3731. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3731 by Murr.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3731. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 3731 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Rainey to explain House Bill 3989.
Tech stop preclusion bill.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 3989. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out House Bill 3989. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3989 by Rainey.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3989. Is there objection? House Bill 3989 is passed to engrossment. The chair, the members, the next bill on the calendar, House Bill 4471, has been withdrawn by the author. Without objection, House Bill 4615 will be deferred till the end of the local and consent calendar. The chair recognizes Mr. Kimball to explain House Bill 4997.
The TSDC in Guadalupe come out.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 4997. Is there objection consideration? Chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4997. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4997 by Kimball.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4997. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 4997 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain HCR 36.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This would urge the U.S. government to ensure the survivors of Sutherland Springs are treated equivalent to those impacted by other similar incidents.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HCR 36. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out HCR 36. The clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 36 by Guillen, urging Congress to ensure that
the question occurs on adoption of HCR 36. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Stuckey voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 146 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 36 is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Harris. No, we don't. Without objection, House Bill 2132 is moved to the end of the calendar.
Oh my God.
Oh, that was it? Caroline, I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were at the end of the calendar. I couldn't be part of it. The chair recognizes Ms. Harris of Williamson County on her first bill to explain House Bill 2132.
Thank you, Mr.
Speaker.
For what purpose, Mr. Harris?
Will the gentlelady yield
Would
for
you
questions?
Yield? Wait, Mr. Harris, would you wait until we lay the bill out, please?
I will yield to questions as long as the gentleman helps me get...
We're not, Ms. Harris. Hang on just a second. The clerk has to read the bill.
You're breaching decorum.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2132. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2132. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2132 by Harris of Williamson.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment. Oh, excuse me.
Mr.
The chair
Speaker.
recognizes Mr. Harris. Ms. Harris. Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr.
For what
Speaker.
reason?
Will the gentlelady yield the floor?
Ms. Harris, would you yield?
I will as long as the gentleman helps me get all my bills through calendars.
Wrong
Mr.
calendar.
Harris, Mr. Harris, she does yield the floor. I believe that was your motion. or your
Correct,
question?
Mr. Speaker.
I yield.
She will yield.
For questions, for questions, for questions.
Oh, I heard floor. I heard questions.
Miss Harris, you have yielded, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe this is the second time. I did say questions the first time before you were recognized, but this time when you were recognized, I asked for the floor, and you yielded.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Versuit, for what
Does
purpose?
the gentleman posing as a representative yield for a question?
Mr. Harris, would you yield for a question?
Happy to.
So, are your initials CJ or CE?
My initials are CJ.
Okay, that's really confusing. What does the J stand for?
Joe.
Okay. Do you know what the E stands for?
E?
Yeah.
In the other...
Is it Edgar?
Edgar?
Yeah.
Edgar, Edward, something along those lines, I would imagine, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you get your hair done at the same place as the representative that you're posing?
I highly doubt it.
Okay. All right. Wait, you have a better question? But let the gentleman lay out some more information here. We'll go from there.
So just to be clear, I asked if the gentlelady would yield the floor, and she said yes. And thankfully, the speaker was listening intently, as he always does, and was able to differentiate between yielding the floor and yielding for questions. So I hope that the remainder of the freshmen are watching and paying attention and listen whenever they are asked to yield, so that this doesn't happen. Because as you know, Mr. Vasut, you and I can stand here and talk back and forth for 10 minutes. And if we speak for 10 minutes, her bill dies and goes back to local and consent.
It's very true.
And I don't have a problem with that if they failed to pay attention to the previous week and what happened to Mr. Gerdes. We got fairly close to 3 minutes. 3 minutes left on his time remaining.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Vasut, for what
Point of
purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
How much time is remaining?
It's going to be a long time. There's 6.5 more minutes.
Oh, man. Okay, we got to go longer. Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Vasut, for what
Raise a
purpose?
point of a question for the gentleman if he'll yield.
Mr. Harris, would you yield to Mr. Vasut for
Happy
a
to.
question?
So, Mr. Harris, what's your favorite food?
Man, that's tough. Probably if I was on death row and I was about to have my
Is it
first
peanut butter
meal,
cups? You ate several of them yesterday.
What was it?
Peanut butter cups?
Yeah, Reese's
They're good?
peanut butter cups. That's absolutely what
good?
I was about to say.
Do you eat one or two each day?
Each day?
Yeah.
On average?
Yeah, average is fine.
One.
Oh. So rookie numbers.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What does this bill do?
That's a great question. This bill, this is when members can start asking you questions. Looks like her staff did a lot of work to script out exactly what to expect. This bill is about the Texas State Technical College campus in Williamson County. So I assume it's to do with workforce development and stuff like that.
Ms. Harris, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
No.
He does not yield at this time, Ms. Harris.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
How much time is left in the debate?
Well, we're getting close, Ms. Harris.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back the floor to the freshman.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. No running on the House floor, Ms. Harris, but I'd walk quickly.
He took the book. It's all good.
Who's back there?
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Buckley, for what
will the
purpose?
gentlelady yield for questions?
Would you
I
yield
yield
for questions,
for
Ms.
questions.
Okay.
She will.
Is it true that you're often mistaken for the chairman of local consent calendars in the E1 hallway?
That is true.
Could you describe for us, or excuse me, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Harris, Mr. Buckley, for what purpose?
Would gentlelady yield for a question?
Would you yield for
I
a
yield.
question?
Is it true that you and the chairman of local and consent are related? And if you could please describe the family tree beginning back somewhere around the 1500s, so we know exactly. Because I know time here. We want to make sure that we really investigate what's going on here. So how are you related to the chairman of local and consent?
It's a very long story, but I do. If you'd like to come to my office to see the family tree, I'd love to show it to you. Just let me know.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Buckley, for what
Would the
purpose?
gentlelady yield for a question?
Would
I
you
yield.
yield, Ms. Harris?
Is this
yield
first
very
bill,
many
is it a
more.
conservative bill?
Say it one more time.
Is this your first bill, is it a conservative bill?
Yes, sir. It's the most conservative bill I believe we'll have all session, actually.
All right, I appreciate it. You've done a good job handling all this morning, so welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Harris, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Would you yield for questions, Ms.
Mr.
Harris?
Speaker, how much time do I have left?
That's not a proper parliamentary inquiry, but I didn't get the question over pretty quickly.
I yield.
Ms. Harris, can you tell me what line 10 on page 1 of your bill states?
The chair is not advised.
I'm sorry?
The chair is not advised.
You don't know what your bill does.
I know it helps my district.
Your bill is right here, but you can't tell me what your bill does.
My bill authorizes TSTC to have a campus in my district.
Okay. Ms. Harris, it's my understanding you recently got engaged, correct?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations. Who did you get engaged to?
His name is Daryl Davila, and he's from Corpus Christi.
From Corpus Christi. Where does he work?
He works very close to this chamber.
Over there?
Possibly.
So he works in the governor's office or in the Senate?
The chair is not advised.
Mr. Speaker,
the chair is very well advised. Mr. Harris, for what purpose?
I'll continue my line of questioning. Ms. Harris, it's my understanding that there are a couple of stacks of 100s that have been missing for the last couple of days. Do you or your fiance have any idea where those $100 bills are?
Mr. Harris, would you confine your questions?
The chair is definitely not advised.
Congratulations on your first bill, Ms. Harris, and welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
Very quickly, would the lady yield for
I yield if I have time.
question?
Mr. Raymond, she does not yield at this time because it's getting really
Please
close.
yield for a question, just for a quiz.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2132. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 2132 is passed to engrossment.
Good job.
The chair recognizes Ms. Plesa to explain House Bill 2899.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2899 will aid law enforcement.
Members, you've heard the explanation of House Bill 2899. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 2899. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2899 by Plesa relating to the impoundment of a vehicle used in the commission of the offense of racing on a highway.
The chair recognizes Ms. Plesa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will aid law enforcement's ability to crack down on street racing.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose, Representative?
Would the representative yield for a question or two?
Ms. Plesa, would you yield for a question?
I will yield for one question.
Well, I do have one question
yield.
with several subsets to that question, so if you'll allow me, I'll go ahead and do that. I've gotten several calls from my constituency back in San Antonio. As you know, I was born and raised in the San Antonio area in a completely different era than maybe you're familiar with. But one of the questions that came up was, will this bill on street racing and car repoing and all that kind of stuff be retroactive?
No.
It will not be retroactive. So folks from my generation, folks like James Dean, don't have to worry about having their cars repossessed by virtue of passing this bill.
I would never take James Dean's car
Do
away.
you know who James Dean is?
Yes,
Not
I do.
Jay Dean, the representative. James Dean, a guy that had really cool hair, kind of like mine.
I like men with nice hair.
Well, thank you very much for clarifying that. I know that there's a bunch of car enthusiasts who are very concerned about previous things that they've done with their vehicles, including this fellow right here. And I'm glad to know that it's not retroactive. Great bill. Is this your first bill? Is that what I understand?
It is my first bill.
It's the first bill that you've introduced, but not your first bill that you've been behind, is it?
No, sir, it's not.
Why would that be?
Because I had the honor of being your legislative director for the last 2 sessions.
Very good. Great bills this year, last year, and I'm looking forward to continue to work with you. Great bill. Thanks a lot. Welcome to the House.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
With the gentlelady yield for questions.
Would you
Yes,
yield?
I will yield for questions.
She will, sir.
Thank you, Representative. It's my understanding you are first generation American born. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Where'd your parents come here from?
My parents immigrated from Romania, Eastern
Why?
Europe, to come to the land of freedom, to escape oppression
So
and
they
communism.
are American by choice.
Absolutely.
Excellent. And how did you come to decide to work in this body? How did you decide to work in this building?
I saw a great need in our state for honest representation, and I had a call to service.
Excellent. So before you got into politics, weren't you in fashion?
Yes, I was.
So I've been asked to ask you who wins Fashion Diva of the freshman class. Is it you or Christian Manuel standing next to you?
I will leave that up to the body to decide.
Very good. You are an absolute pleasure, a joy, and a great addition to this house. Welcome to the Texas House.
It is an honor. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker,
Miss Theory, for what
would
purpose?
the gentlelady yield?
Would you yield?
I absolutely will yield.
She's happy to.
So, Representative Plesa, in addition to working on legislation for Representative Lopez, would you be able to remember the very first piece of legislation you ever worked on, and whose office was that in?
I had the distinct honor of being a legislative aide for Representative Theory her very freshman year.
Wonderful. And would you tell us a little bit about the process of laying out bills literally in binders on the floor in my office, and how hard you work for us? I want people to know where you got your work ethic.
Well, let's just say color coordination is extremely important.
So you just don't color coordinate in your fashions, right? You do that with your legislative priorities. Last question. How many bills did you file this session?
I filed 50 bills.
50 bills. Would you give us a little insight on whom you might have gotten that idea from, and whose office kind of taught you to really work on all of the priorities that reflect your district?
I've worked for many amazing representatives, but Representative Sean Theory definitely taught me how to get the job done.
Well, thank you, Representative Plesa. You're doing outstanding here, and I'm proud as a peacock of you. And you know, I call you my little niece, and you call me auntie. So congratulations.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Would you yield?
Yes, I yield for questions.
She's happy to.
Representative, so we've gotten to know each other this session, and we have something in common. We both like candy. What's your favorite? Can you tell the body what your favorite candy is?
Oh my God, I like sour straws. Passion fruit sour straws.
I also see that this month's edition of Cannabis World Journal has awarded you Person of the Month. Is it a coincidence that your first bill is on the floor on 4/20?
You know what? I don't believe that anything is a coincidence.
Thank you. Welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Bowers, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for some
Would you yield?
questions?
I would absolutely yield.
Yes, she will.
So, Ms. Plesa, before working in the Capitol, you used to do fashion, merchandising, and design, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of website did you have, and what in particular did you design when you were working for some of the members in this body?
We design custom swimwear, loungewear, and yoga wear.
Swimwear?
Yes.
Bikinis or one pieces?
Both.
And so hopefully you can keep track of inventory, because I have some questions. Representative Plesa, how many pairs of shoes do you own?
Oh my God. I don't have an accurate count.
Some of those shoes are known as, because they have a certain color on them, what are they called?
They're called Christian Louboutin.
What is another name for those shoes that might be in the Urban Dictionary?
Red bottoms.
Then I think you're wearing a special pair today, and one of those was signed by someone. Who's that autographed by?
Christian Louboutin.
And what would the artist Cardi B call them?
Bloody shoes.
Thank you, and welcome to the Texas House. It's an honor to call you my colleague.
Thank you.
Ms. Speaker.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the rules of the Texas House. Would you confirm for me that Rule 5 of our rule book pertains to floor procedure?
I believe that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make sure I'm in the right section. Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry,
Pursuant
please.
to Rule 5, Section 40, does Rule 5, Section 40 relate to recording of votes on the House floor?
I believe that's correct, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may come back to you on that. Mr. Speaker, will the lady yield for some questions?
Would you yield, Ms. Place? And we need to make these questions pretty short, Mr. Martinez Fisher.
I yield.
I will do my best, Mr. Speaker. Representative, they say that imitation is the best form of flattery. Do you agree with that?
Sometimes.
Absolutely?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. I saw there was a brilliant mind in the 78th legislative session that passed House Bill 1326 on street racing. Do you know who that is?
I believe it was your bill, sir.
So my question to you, Representative, what is wrong with my bill that you have to change it?
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2899.
I move passage.
Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 2899 is passed to engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Baumgardner to explain House Bill 4615 as his first bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chair, members. House Bill.
Members, you've heard the explanation
4615.
of House Bill 4615. Is there objection to consideration? The chair hears none. The chair lays out House Bill 4615. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4615 by Baumgardner relating to the...
Chair recognizes Mr. Baumgardner.
No questions? Move passage.
Come on now. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Vasut, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Mr. Baumgardner, would you yield?
I will yield for questions.
The gentleman will yield for questions.
He is learning, Sensei. Was the gentleman yield for questions? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Does this bill have anything to do with guns?
No, sir.
Okay. Hey, give me some material.
Has anything to do with guns?
I understand that you have some unique talents. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. Repeat.
I understand that you have some unique talents. Is that correct?
The chair is not advised.
Have you been appointed a chair of a committee?
No, sir.
Then I believe it's the gentleman is not
The
advised.
gentleman is not advised.
Can you laugh like Peter Griffin?
What's that?
Can you laugh like Peter Griffin?
Probably.
Would you be willing to demonstrate that? Thank you very much. Welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Yeah, a question for the author.
Mr. Baumgardner, would you yield to Mr. Kane?
Yes, sir.
He
Representative,
will.
what is the significance of a 20-sided die?
The significance of a 20-sided die?
Mm-hmm. You ever use those in a game you play?
Ask him what level his mage is.
Dungeons and Dragons?
Yeah.
Possibly?
Yeah, you play that?
Possibly.
What level is your mage?
Level 32,
Level
and I was a
32.
healer.
Excellent, excellent. You have any nicknames that we need to know about?
The gentleman is not advised.
Okay. Where did the word thumper come from?
Thumper? I have a very big affinity for the movie Bambi.
That's pretty good. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Would you yield, Mr. Baumgardner? He will. Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Baumgartner, what is your alma mater?
Austin College, sir.
Austin College. That's a large caucus on the House floor. How many members are from Austin College?
There are 3, sir.
3. And it's a bipartisan caucus, is that correct?
That is correct.
And who are the members of the Austin College caucus?
Representative John Busey and Chairman Reggie Smith.
All right. Is there a reason
And
why
myself.
you listed John Busey before you listed Reggie Smith?
Alphabetical order.
Oh, okay. That was quick on your feet. Just want to say congratulations on your first bill. You're a great welcome to the Denton County Caucus. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Hayes, for what purpose?
Well, the author yield.
Mr. Hayes, it's not proper for questions to come from other freshmen.
It's not proper for freshmen.
Not proper for
And
freshmen to ask
this is a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Are you like to raise a point of order?
Yes, I want to know why the author is wearing a
Mr.
pink
Hayes,
tie.
bring your point of order to the front.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4615. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 4615 is passed to engrossment.
It's about Bambi.
We now rule.
Representative Harris moves that the House stand adjourned until 10:45 today. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The House stands adjourned until 10:45. House will come to order. All members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Representative Harris moves to excuse those members on this legislative day who were excused on the previous legislative day. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Representative Harris moves to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider at this time on third reading and final passage the bills on the local consent and resolutions calendars to be read by bill number and author only, which were considered on the previous legislative day. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Representative Harris moves to use the first record vote taken on third reading and final passage for all bills on the local consent and resolution calendar, with the understanding that a member may record an individual vote on any bill with the journal clerk. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion prevails. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2454. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2454 by Guillen, relating to procuring a firearm for a person prohibited to possessing a firearm, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2454 until the end of third reading bills on the supplemental calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion passes. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill 109. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 109 by Johnson of Dallas, relating to health benefit coverage for hearing aids for children and adults.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 109 simply allows patients to pay the difference.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 109. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bill. Show Ms. Johnson of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 146 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 109 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading and, the chair lays out on third reading and final passage the following bills to be finally passed by the record vote that just occurred on House Bill 109. The clerk will read the bills.
HB 195 by Gonzalez of El Paso, HB 207 by Murr, HB 282 by Swanson, HB 291 by Murr, HB 444 by Thompson of Harris, HB 474 by Hull, HB 517 by Johnson of Dallas, HB 586 by Thompson of Brazoria, HB 1171 by Cole, HB 1195 by Holland, HB 1297 by Dutton, HB 1558 by A. Johnson of Harris, HB 1604 by Gonzalez of El Paso, HB 1712 by Canales, HB 1949 by Smith, HB 1959 by Noble, HB 1993 by Harris of Anderson, HB 2100 by Price, HB 2157 by Metcalf, HB 2251 by Raymond, HB 2268 by Dutton, HB 2341 by Guillen, HB 2469 by Guerin, HB 2559 by Besut, HB 2575 by Button, HB 2738 by Thompson of Brazoria, HB 2777 by Holland, HB 2892 by Buckley, HB 2901 by Harris of Anderson, HB 3007 by Goldman, HB 3099 by Stuckey, HB 3273 by Theory, HB 3287 by Anderson, HB 3290 by Guillen, HB 3514 by Burns, HB 3641 by Guillen, HB 3643 by Guillen, HB 3647 by Guillen, HB 3731 by Murr, HB 3989 by Rainey, HB 4947 by Kemple, HB 2132 by Harris of Williamson, HB 2899 by Plisa, HB 4615 by Baumgartner.
Pursuant to a previously adopted motion, the chair declares those bills just read by the clerk to be finally passed. Members, would you join me in a moment of silence for Mrs. McCall, Brian McCall, former member Brian McCall, Chancellor Brian McCall's mother, who passed away this morning at age 100, Nellie McCall. Please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. Mr. Harris moves to defer the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's business. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Is Mr. Wally on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Wally for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider H.R. 1146.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1146 by Wally, commending Lady Linda Smith for 31 years of service as First Lady of New Bethlehem Missionary Baptist Church.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the resolution.
Move passage.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The following announcements, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Agriculture and Livestock will meet today upon final adjournment at desk 75 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Business and Industry will meet today upon final adjournment at desk 144 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committed business. The Committee on Corrections will meet today upon final adjournment in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Higher Education will meet today upon final adjournment in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Human Services will meet today upon final adjournment at desk 110 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Ways and Means will meet today upon final adjournment at desk 41 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Youth, Health, and Safety Select will meet today upon final adjournment at desk 67 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to set a local consent and resolutions calendar for 9 a.m. Friday, April 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Guerra for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to set a congratulatory memorial resolutions calendar
floor 9 a.m. Friday, April the 28th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection to consideration of the motion? Chair hears no. The adoption of the motion. Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Herrero for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Corrections in a public hearing on Monday, April 24th at 11 a.m. in room E2.028 to consider House Bill 4020 by Representative Howard relating to allowing certain inmates to apply for benefits under certain public benefit programs to be provided at the time of discharge or release. Move for
Members,
passage.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection to adoption of the motion? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Members, we're about to begin today's calendar. If you have a bill, please be ready. Is Mr. Dean on the floor of the House? The chair lays out on third reading SB 1016. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1016 by King, relating to the consideration of employee compensation and benefits and establishing the rates of electric utilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill regarding total compensations for electric utilities. Move passage.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield
Yes.
for questions.
Yes, ma'am, to
Gentleman
you.
yields.
Mr. Dean, so what is it, incentive compensation in your bill? My understanding is that that excludes high-level executive employees, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
One other thing, I think you had a question. Line 11 states this does not include pensions or other post-employment benefits.
Okay, so no severance packages, things
Correct.
like that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Move passage.
Does any member speak for or against on the bill? Seeing none, the question occurs on final passage of SB 1016. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 141 ayes and 1 nay. HB 1016 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 16. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 16 by Moody, relating to the adjudication and disposition of cases involving delinquent conduct, certain juvenile court proceedings, and planning and funding for services for children in the juvenile justice system.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill brings much needed reform to our juvenile justice system, keeps kids close to home with their families and resources, and out of prisons. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 16. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show the speaker voting aye. Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 121 ayes and 26 nays. HB 16 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 681. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 681 by Bell of Kaufman, relating to virtual and off-campus electronic instruction at public school, the satisfaction of teacher certification requirements through an internship teaching certain virtual courses, and the allotment for certain special purpose school districts under the Foundation School Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 681 is the safety net for Senate Bill 15, virtual and hybrid learning education. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 681. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bella Kaufman voting aye. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 145 ayes and 3 nays. HB 681 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 890. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 890 by Bell of Kaufman, relating to school district hearings regarding complaints.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 890 will codify the timeline and disposition of grievances with independent school districts and charter schools. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 890. This is the record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bella Kaufman voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 148 ayes and 0 nays. HB 890 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1416. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1416 by Bell of Kaufman, relating to accelerated instruction provided to public school students who fail to achieve satisfactory performance on certain assessment instructions.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1416 makes several critical revisions to the requirements established in HB 45 during the 87th for interventions for kiddos. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1416. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bella Kaufman voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 144 ayes and 1 nay. HB 1416 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 900. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 900 by Patterson, relating to the regulation of books sold to or included in public school libraries.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Reader Act that we passed yesterday, our priority legislation to ensure that sexually explicit content was not in the hands of children in public schools. Move passage.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to say to all the members and others fighting for our children and their right to have a happy and healthy childhood, thank you. I speak in opposition of this bill because we all want our children to be safe and to have a space to navigate life without hurt or harm to them. I'm standing today because this bill will harm people that had a childhood like me growing up, one that was spent desperately finding ways to learn about themselves and to learn about themselves as a young black man, a young gay man, and living in a state where it sometimes felt that people did not want them there at all because of factors that they had absolutely no control over. I remember going to my school library looking for books when healthy conversations with my loved ones were not always available or always comfortable. I was not looking for porn. I was not looking for materials that were perverted or materials that would make anyone feel bad about the history of this country when it comes to the race relations that took place. What I was looking for was materials that spoke to me and for stories of the people who came before me. I was going to those libraries to do exactly what I went to school for, and that was to learn, to grow up with a healthy perception of who I was and what I wanted to be as a little boy, and eventually who I wanted to be as the man that God made me to be. I can wholeheartedly agree that no one wants pornographic or vulgar materials in the hands of our children. However, according to the very case that was referenced, Pico versus Board, the board could not restrict the availability of books in its libraries simply because its members disagreed with the ideal content. You can disagree with two men kissing, but that is not obscene. You can disagree with the stories about sexual assault, but that is not harmful materials to a child that does not have the language to describe to them what happened when an adult who was supposed to protect them touched them. You cannot disagree with the history of racism, and you can disagree with the history of racism and slavery in this country, but members, it still happened. And so today, I am asking for you to please stand against this bill and to please understand the damage it will do to children in this state if we allow this to pass. Thank you so much.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think this is an important lesson in actually reading the bill and understanding what it does. This bill has nothing to do with anything that was just mentioned here at the front mic. Some people want to make this bill about something that it's not. This bill is not about race. This bill is not about a particular author. This bill is not about slavery. This bill is not about the civil rights movement. This book is about radically sexual content in the hands of unaccompanied children in public school libraries. It is embarrassing that this even has to be a law that we make as a legislative body. But this is where we are because adults will not stand up and do the right thing and take this radically explicit content out of the hands of minors. I ask that you stick with me and vote for this bill today to protect every child in this state, again, from the common denominator here, radically sexually explicit content. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 900. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Patterson voting aye. Mr. Harless voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 95 ayes and 52 nays, HB 900 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1114. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1114 by Cassell relating to the service area of the Blinn Junior College District.
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move the remarks of Representative Jones be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Cassell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply puts all of Waller ISD in the Blinn College service area. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1114. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Cassell voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 146 ayes and 0 nays, HB 1114 is finally passed. Mr. Leach, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that the remarks of Representative Patterson on House Bill 900 be reduced to writing and added to the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair laid out on third reading HB 458. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 458 by Craddock relating to the period within which the Texas Juvenile Justice Department must accept custody of a person committed to the department.
The chair recognizes Mr. Craddock to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the same bill we passed yesterday that involved the Juvenile Justice Department's waiting period in custody. I move final passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 458. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Craddock voting aye. Have all members voted? There be 147 ayes and 0 nays. HB 458 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2217. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2217 by Button relating to the regulation of the practice of public accountancy.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill serves to modernize some out-of-date practices and language in the Accountancy Act. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2217. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes and 0 nays, HB 2217 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 188. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 188 by Moody relating to certain sentencing procedures in a capital case.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill ensures that the information being provided to our juries when they are deciding capital punishment is accurate, which has not been the case. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 188. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 140 ayes and 4 nays. HB 188 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2224. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2224 by Hernandez relating to the authority of a municipality to alter speed limits.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez as explaining the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 2224 makes streets safer by extending the option for municipalities to declare lower speed limits in residential streets without requiring them to perform an engineering or traffic report. This is something they can already do. This is just saying they don't have to do the engineering and traffic report. This is also something that the counties are allowed to do. Lowering speed limits has proven to reduce the number of fatalities and severity of injuries and pedestrian vehicle accidents. This bill would not affect highways regulated by TxDOT. This is only for residential streets.
Mr. Harless, for what purpose?
Would a young lady yield for a question?
Will the young lady yield for questions?
I yield.
This simply saves money, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. This is something that the municipalities can already do, and this is for our neighborhoods where children might be playing in the streets to say, if we want to reduce the speed limits, they don't have to incur the cost and the time in these engineering reports.
And they can already do it. They just don't have to pay for engineering, right? Thank
that
you.
is correct.
Sounds like a good bill.
Thank you. I move passage.
Mr. Harless, is the chair a young man? Question cards on final passage of HB 2224. The record vote, the clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Hernandez voting aye. All members voted. There will be 96 ayes and 46 nays. HB 2224 is finally passed. We plow ahead at this point. The chair laid out on third reading HB 999. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 999 by Price relating to the effect of certain reductions in a health benefit plan enrollees' out-of-pocket expenses for certain prescription drugs on enrollee cost-sharing requirements.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the copay accumulator bill we passed yesterday that requires all payments made by or on behalf of a patient count towards their deductible or out-of-pocket costs. And I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 999. The clerk, pardon me, the record vote. The clerk will read the bill. So Mr. Price voting aye. Mr. Belikoff voting aye. Mr. Chatan voting aye. Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? Been 140 ayes and 5 nays. HB 999 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2719. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2719 by Ashby relating to the powers of the Texas Historical Commission over historic sites in the state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply clarifies the Texas Historical Commission's jurisdiction over our historical sites and allows the agency to operate an online retail shop. And with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2719. The record vote. The clerk will read the bill. So Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 145 ayes and 0 nays. HB 2719 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3698. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3698 by Landgraf relating to expanding access to the protective order registry and the inclusion of certain information regarding a person who is the subject of a protective order in that registry.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3698 increases and improves access to the Texas Protective Order Registry. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3698. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 147 ayes and 0 nays, HB 3698 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1518. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1518 by Darby relating to the examination of appraisal services for an appraisal management company.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1518 simply removes burdensome appraisal requirements for appraisal management companies, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1518. This is the record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 146 ayes and 0 nays. HB 1518 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1666. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1666 by Capriglione relating to the commingling of funds by digital asset service providers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Speaker, members, this is the bill we heard yesterday to ensure Texas consumers can safely invest in digital assets. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1666. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Been 148 ayes and 0 nays. HB 1666 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 995. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 995 by Munoz Jr. relating to the line of duty illness or injury leave for Sheriff's Department civil service systems in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Munoz to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This deals with the Sheriff's Department disability leave in certain counties. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 995. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Munoz voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 139 ayes and 7 nays. HB 995 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1212. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1212 by Jatan relating to verification of excused absences from public school for the purpose of observing religious holy days.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1212 allows parents to note to be sufficient for an excused absence if a child is absent due to a religious holiday. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1212. This is a record of vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So, Mr. Jatan voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 148 ayes and 0 nays. HB 1212 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1277. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1277 by Kane relating to pedestrian use of a sidewalk.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill makes our roadways a little more free, adds liberty to Texans. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1277. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kane voting aye. Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 2 nays. HB 1277 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 555. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 555 by Vasut relating to the duration of a special open hunting season for game animals and certain game birds taken by persons under 17 years of age.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
Extends youth hunting season. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 555. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all members voted? I mean, 143 ayes and 2 nays. HB 555 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1736. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1736 by Leach relating to the extent of a defendant's criminal responsibility for the conduct of a co-conspirator in a capital murder case and the review of certain convictions by the Board of Pardons and Paroles.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Law of Parties bill. If we're going to have the death penalty in Texas, we need to make sure that we're executing the right people and not the wrong people. With that, move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1736. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 133 ayes and 11 nays. HB 1736 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2060. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2060 by Capriglione relating to the creation of the Artificial Intelligence Advisory Council.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill we heard yesterday on artificial intelligence. To close, I decided to ask an AI chatbot to give me its best joke. Why was the computer cold? It left its windows open. I move passage.
Does any member wish to speak against the bill now? The question occurs on final passage of HB 2060. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. All members voted. There have been 137 ayes and 10 nays. HB 2060 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2007. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2007 by Martinez relating to a certificate of merit in certain actions against certain licensed or registered professionals.
The chair recognizes Martinez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, this is just a cleanup bill to include contractors to close the windows, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2007. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Martinez voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 146 ayes and 0 nays. HB 2007 is finally passed. The chair is out on third reading. HB 422. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 422 by Van Dever relating to remotely conducting depositions, hearings, and other proceedings in juvenile cases.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will allow judges the option of remote proceedings for juveniles. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 422. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Van Dever voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 143 ayes and 2 nays. HB 422 is finally passed. The chair is out on third reading. HB 420. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 420 by Slauson relating to the offense of providing an alcoholic beverage to a minor, increasing a criminal penalty.
The chair recognizes Ms. Lawson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, this is the bill we passed yesterday, Kyle and Ethan's Law. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 420. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Lawson voting aye. Have all members voted? There be 146 ayes and 0 nays. HB 420 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 26. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 26 by Ardaz relating to the permitting of medical waste facilities by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ordaz to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 26 requires medical waste permit applicants to notify community leaders or an applicant plans to operate, allowing for a more transparent process. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 26. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Ordaz voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 117 ayes and 29 nays. HB 26 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2741. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2741 by Smith relating to the duties and composition of the Specialty Courts Advisory Council.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will add the Juvenile Family Drug Court Program to the Specialty Court Advisory Council, and I move passage. Thank you.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2741. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Smith voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 1 nay. HB 2741 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2411. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2411 by Tallarico relating to the use of opioid antagonists on public and private school campuses and at or in transit to or from off-campus school events.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a key part of our state's response to the fentanyl crisis. It requires every public school in our state to have opioid antagonists, such as Narcan, on campus. Those are the life-saving medications that can reverse an opioid overdose. I want to thank our joint authors, Chair Oliverson, Representative Leo Wilson, Howard, Zwiener, and also want to thank the governor's office for their help on this bill. And I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2411. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Tallarico voting aye, Dr. Oliverson voting aye, Ms. Wiener voting aye, Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 147 ayes and 1 nay. HB 2411 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2306. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2306 by Hefner relating to the prosecution of the criminal offense of voyeurism.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill just updates the Texas voyeurism laws to tackle offenses only made possible by modern technology. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2306. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. Have all members voted? 141 ayes and 6 nays. HB 2306 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3937. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3937 by Johnson of Dallas relating to a criminal justice system sentencing database established by the Office of Court Administration of the Texas Judicial System.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill requires that the Office of Court Administration establish a statewide electronic database of sentencing information free of charge and accessible to the public, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3937. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson of Dallas voting aye. Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 131 ayes and 15 nays. HB 3937 is finally passed. The chair lays out HB 2454 as a matter of postponed business on third reading from the local and consent calendar. The clerk will read the bill.
Ring the bell? Read the bill. HB 2454 by Guillen relating to procuring a firearm for a person prohibited to possessing a firearm, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Guillen.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a quick amendment that strikes two words, or federal, in the bill on request of some of the members. I move passage.
Mr. Guillen sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment, the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this creates the offense of knowingly acquiring a firearm for someone who is prohibited from owning a firearm, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2454. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 146 ayes and 0 nays. HB 2454 is finally passed. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 797. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 159. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 159 by Perry, relating to education requirements for an applicant to take the uniform CPA examination.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, because my husband and myself are CPAs, so CPAs love me so much, I have several bills concerning their field. So here's another good one. SB 159 addresses the shortage of certified public accountants by allowing CPA candidates to begin taking the exam sooner and bring work experience requirement in line with the industry standards. Move passage.
Does any member speak for or against on the bill? Seeing none, the question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 159. A record vote has been requested by Ms. Isaac. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 145 ayes and 0 nays. SB 159 is passed to third reading. Ms. Button moves to lay House Bill 797 on the table, subject to call. The objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 861. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 497. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 497 by Zaffarini, relating to the processing and sale of kratom and kratom products, providing civil penalties, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill is the Kratom Consumer Protection Act and provides a reasonable regulatory framework for the sale and consumption of kratom. The bill prohibits sale to minors, requires proper labeling, mandates quality standards, and provides for criminal and civil penalties and oversight at the Texas Department of Health Services. The bill passed out of committee with 0 no votes and out of the House last session with 118 ayes. I move passage.
Does any member speak for or against on the bill? Seeing none, the question occurs on passage of third reading SB 497. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 497 is passed third reading. Mr. Lozano moves to lay House Bill 861 on the table, subject to the call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 1024. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 500. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 500 by West, relating to the value of a residential dwelling offered or awarded as a prize at a charitable raffle.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson-Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that helps dreams come true for Texas children undergoing treatment for pediatric diseases like cancer at St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. This bill would allow the home giveaway program to raise the cap from $250,000 to $500,000. Mr. Speaker, I think there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harless.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply removes the cap. I believe it's acceptable to the young lady and the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Harless sent the amendment. It is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson and Harris to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question on the card on passage of the third reading, SB 500. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 500 is passed the third reading. Ms. Thompson Harris moves to lay House Bill 1024 on the table, subject to the cause of objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 12. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 12 by Rose relating to the duration of services provided under Medicaid to women following a pregnancy.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the Center for Disease Control, in 2021, the national maternal mortality rate hit its highest level in almost 6 decades. The national rate was 20.1 deaths per 100. Meanwhile, the maternal mortality rate in Texas was 32.9 deaths per 100,000. I'm going to repeat that, members. It was 32.9 deaths per 100,000. Reports from the Maternal Mortality, Morbidity, and Mortality Review Committee have routinely stated that roughly 90% of the maternal deaths in Texas are at least somewhat preventable. These tragedies impact families and communities. In 2019, there were 140 cases of maternal deaths reviewed by the Maternal Mortality and Morbidity Review Committee, which caused 291 living children to lose their mother. The Maternal Mortality Morbidity Review TOP's recommendation to reduce maternal mortality rate has consistently been to extend comprehensive coverage for 12 months postpartum. It is time to implement this recommendation, members. House Bill 12 will extend Medicaid coverage for currently eligible women for 12 months postpartum. This comprehensive coverage will save lives and ensure children grow up with their mothers. I would like to thank Speaker Phelan for making House Bill 12 a priority this session. Your dedication to health of the Texas women is invaluable. I would like to also thank my joint authors who've also been working on this issue, Chairwoman Thompson, Chair Wiley, Chair Rep Theory, and Representative Howard, as well as all of the co-sponsors on both sides of the aisle. Your continued leadership to this issue is greatly appreciated. Finally, I would like to say thank you to the over 175 organizations promoting House Bill 12. The importance of your support cannot be overstated. Members, I know that some... Is there an amendment? Oh, move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 12. A record vote has been requested by Ms. Isaac. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Theory voting aye, Ms. Howard voting aye, Ms. Wally voting aye, Ms. Collier voting aye, Mr. Busey voting aye, so the Speaker voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 125 ayes and 11 nays. HB 12 is passed to engrossment. Congratulations. The chair lays out on third reading HJR 144. Pardon me. The chair lays out on second reading HJR 144. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 144 by Canales, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the use of money in the State Highway Fund for roadways for seaports, airports, spaceports, land ports of entry, and international bridges.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the HJR that allows us to, the voters, to decide whether we're going to use money for our ports. I've got an amendment, clarifying amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Canales.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the amendment.
The amendment merely strikes the word right-of-ways and adds any additional funds. It's a clarifying amendment. It's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Canales sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to close on the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, I want to thank all 148 co-authors. Thank you for working with me. Move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of HJR 144. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Show Mr. Burrows voting aye. Harrison voting aye. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 144 ayes and 0 nays. HJR 144 is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 467. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 467 by Craddock relating to the limitations period for certain criminal offenses based on assaultive conduct.
The chair recognizes Mr. Craddock to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, what this does is change the statute of limitations from 2 years to 4 on aggravated assaults. And Ann Johnson and I worked on this in the last session. We passed it here. It went to the Senate, got stuck at the end. So I move passage.
Good job, Mr. Speaker.
The question occurs on the passing of the HB 467. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 467 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2620. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2620 by Guerin relating to the confinement in a county jail of a person pending a transfer to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and to compensation to a county for certain costs of confinement.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. House Bill 2620 just requires the state to reimburse your county if they don't pick up the prisoners on time. I move passage.
The question occurs on the passing of the engrossment of HB 2620. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have HB 2620 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2877. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2877 by King of Uvalde relating to crime victims' compensation.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 2877 involves the Crime Victims Compensation Act passed by the 66th legislature. These amendments are intended to expand and improve coverage. The Crime Victims Compensation Act to better serve individuals previously excluded from coverage or not compensated fairly. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2877. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2877 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 837. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 837 by Raymond relating to the use of appropriated money by the Texas Military Department or Texas Military Forces for recruiting and retention purposes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as you all know, the Texas State Guard, along with the Texas Army National Guard and Texas Air National Guard, are one of the three military branches comprising the Texas Military Forces. The Texas State Guard has experienced an increased demand in long-term, continuous, and simultaneous operations over the last 2 years. This has led to an increased need for service members to maintain mission-ready forces and move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 837. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 837 is passed in engrossment. The chair is out on second reading HB 1227. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1227 by Metcalf relating to changing the eligibility for community supervision of a person convicted of possession or promotion of child pornography.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1227 adds the offense of promotion or possession of child pornography to the list of offenses. There are strict judge's orders, community supervision, increases the amount of time must be served. Members, I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 1227. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1227 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 251. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 251 by Murr relating to the payment of certain costs associated with certain assignments of a statutory probate court judge.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill amends the estate code provisions on certain compensation and expenses to specify that a statutory probate judge could be paid for from the estate. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 251. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 251 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1285. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1285 by Shine relating to the duties of the taxpayer liaison officer of an appraisal district.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shine to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, House Bill 1285 creates more taxpayer-friendly system for property owners addressing grievances with the appraisal district. The bill expands the duties of the taxpayer liaison officer, and the taxpayer will be able to file certain complaints and seek resolution through the TOL. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 1285. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1285 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 965. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 965 by Allen relating to post-release housing for inmates released on parole or to mandatory supervision.
The chair recognizes Dr. Allen to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, HB 965 establishes a reentry housing task force to set standards for reentry. The bill also requires TDCJ to seek grants to expand the use of temporary post-release housing vouchers to reduce wait time and evaluate outcomes of those placed into housing that meet the standards developed by the task force. This bill requires TDCJ to annually report on its efforts to find post-release housing, reduce the length of time between parole, approved release, and expand most post-release housing options in local community. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 965. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 965 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2196. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2196 by Smithy relating to trusts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a cleanup bill that cleans up and kind of brings up to date several of our sections in the property code relating to trust. I would move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2196. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2196 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2304. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2304 by Kemple relating to the authority of the Nixon Hospital District of Gonzales and Wilson Counties, Texas to borrow money.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This allows the Nixon Hospital District to enter into an agreement with the USDA to borrow money. It does not appropriate any taxpayer money. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 2304. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Tinderholt. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kemple voting aye. Mr. Frank voting aye. Ms. Orr voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 128 ayes and 16 nays. HB 2304 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays on second reading HB 1900. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1900 by Smithy relating to notice of non-renewal of a property and casualty insurance policy.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill increases from 30 to 60 days the time period notice that a insurer must give notice of a non-renewal. I'd move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 1900. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1900 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 836. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 836 by Raymond relating to retired members of the Texas State Guard.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 836 changes the wording of our retired State Guard members from being part of the honorary reserve to being retired. In addition, this bill removes age requirements for retirement in exchange for a combined 20 years of service, with 5 of those years coming from membership in the Texas State Guard. Move adoption.
The question on the cards on passing the engrossment HB 836. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 836 is passed engrossment. The chair is out on second reading HB 3171. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3171 by King of Hemphill relating to the sampling or tasting of distilled spirits by the manufacturer to a consumer at a temporary event.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3171 until Thursday, April 28th at 10 a.m.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection. The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3607. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3607 by Cole relating to the processing of United States passport applications by a district court clerk authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Ms. Cole for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to postpone for the further consideration of House Bill 3607 until Monday, April 24th at 1 p.m.
Members heard the motion. The objection. The chair hears none, so ordered.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4797. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4797 by Romero Jr. relating to training on the treatment of toll project roadways during inclement weather.
The chair recognizes Mr. Romero to explain the bill.
Members, I'm sure very few of you don't have some memory of how Winter Storm Uri came to Texas back on February 12th of 2021. But for those of us in Fort Worth, we feel like Winter Storm Uri hit us first. That morning at approximately 6 a.m., Thursday, February 11th, 2021, 130 vehicles were involved in a major crash on a 1,300-foot-long elevated section of toll lanes on I-35. Many of you probably remember seeing the videos. The bridge was, in essence, a 1,300-long section of black ice. These toll lanes were built, operated, and to my surprise, maintained by a private company. As a result of the horrific crash, 6 people lost their lives. 36 were transported to area hospitals with injuries. 6 families will never see their loved ones again. Tiffany Jared, Aaron Watson, Michael Wells, Christopher Vardy, William Williams, Tamara Mendoza Quirales. In the fallout of this tragic day, the National Transportation Safety Board conducted a major highway investigative report to determine the probable cause of the pileup to provide safety recommendations. Through the process, NTSB determined that NTE Mobility Partners, and I quote, failed to effectively monitor and address icy roadway conditions during 2021 winter storm, contributing to a multi-vehicle crash. The report went on further to state the training that NTE Mobility Partners provided its employees was insufficient to prepare them to monitor roadway conditions effectively during winter events. In employee interviews, NTSB was told there wasn't any training. By one technician and by another, they basically tell us, drive and stop. If we skid, you know. That's pretty much it. It's egregious, it's unacceptable, and it caused the loss of life. As a part of the safety recommendation, NTSB recommends that Texas provide a comprehensive winter weather training program to provide a state-regulated and to provide a program to private and state-regulated toll facilities for its employee training. HB 4097 will do just that by mandating toll project entities require sufficient training to their employees and contractors for road treatment during inclement weather. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Romero Jr.
The chair recognizes Mr. Romero to explain the amendment.
Thank you. Members, this amendment is language worked out with stakeholders that ensures the bill has maximum effect. It targets the provisions at the supervisor level as well, because they can make the calls on how, when, and where to treat the roads during inclement weather. It also ensures training will prioritize elevated structures and the timing of treatment. Move adoption.
Mr. Romero sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Romero to close.
Members, for the victims of this crash that lost their lives, those that were injured and involved, the countless first responders that were on the scene of this horrible wreck, including my colleague, my best friend, Pedro Criado, Victoria Nieves' husband, whom I called that morning and said, Pedro, I'm on my way. And he said, Ramon, do not come here. You don't want to see this. I ask you to support this measure. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4797. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 4797 is passed to engrossment. Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd move that Representative Romero's marks on House Bill 4797 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1442. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1442 by A. Johnson of Harris, relating to the prosecution of certain criminal conduct involving a reckless driving exhibition and to the forfeiture of contraband as a result of a reckless driving exhibition.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, y'all may remember last session our colleague Representative John Turner in the House and Senator Huffman in the Senate passed legislation with regard to street racing. This is actually a technical fix there that does allow for the taking of the vehicle. And so what this statute does is add within asset forfeiture, recognizing that the vehicle may be an instrument of the crime and in appropriate cases may be seized by law enforcement for purposes of a deterrent for the street racing that we've all seen taking place in many of our communities. We do have an amendment on this bill.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Frazier.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frazier to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment simply adds racing on the highway under the Transportation Code to the section, also keeping with the intent of the bill to discourage street racing and hold violators and organizers accountable.
The chair, Mr. Frazier sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1442. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Tinderholt. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Frazier voting aye. Show Ms. Johnson of Dallas voting aye. Have all voted. There being 127 ayes, 14 nays, House Bill 1442 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1631. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1631 by Paul, relating to hours of service by an election watcher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, all of us have worked elections. All of us might have even worked as poll watchers. The current law says that if you're a poll watcher, you can't leave your post for 5 hours. What this bill simply does is says, let's let poll watchers come and go as they need to. Move passage.
Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1631. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1631 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2639. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2639 by Clardy, relating to the creation of a new university in Nacogdoches, Texas, with the University of Texas system, abolishing Stephen F. Austin State University.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2639 until 10 a.m. Tuesday, April 25th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the chair hears none in so ordered? The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2636. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2636 by Murr, relating to liability of a recreational vehicle park or campground entity for injuries arising from certain activities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, member, this bill limits liability for RV parks and campgrounds for participants while maintaining appropriate reasonable exceptions. Move passage.
Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2636. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 2636 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2691. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2691 by Button, relating to the authority of the Comptroller of Public Accounts to issue certain payments to persons who are indebted or delinquent in taxes owed to the state and to state agency reporting requirements regarding such persons.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2691 improves efficiency and the state's customer services by requiring state agencies to notify those who owe them money and by authorizing the comptroller to release payments in excess of outstanding debt that has been reported to them. Move for passage.
Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Ms. Button to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2691. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 2691 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1772. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1772 by Ashby, relating to the documentation required for the purchase of certain timber products, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1772 will ensure that all parties involved in a timber transaction are fully informed and that any fraudulent activity is prohibited. The bill also proposes increased penalties for those who knowingly provide false information on a bill of sale. With that, I move passage.
Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1772. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1772 is passed to engrossment.
The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1743. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1743 by Leach, relating to allowing certain inmates to apply for Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program benefits to be provided at the time of discharge or release.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, every single year we've got thousands and thousands of Texans who are released from the justice system. These Texans who are re-entering their communities are particularly vulnerable immediately upon their release. If these individuals who are released have a job, housing, food, and the ability to meet their basic needs, then the odds of them reoffending and entering the system again decrease dramatically. This bill seeks to address a part of this problem by directing the Health and Human Services Commission and the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to establish a process that would allow our inmates who are preparing for their release to submit their application for SNAP benefits prior to their release, so that once they are released back into their communities, the SNAP benefits are under federal law are there for them to get. Mr. Speaker, with that, I move passage.
Does any member wish to speak on, for, or against the bill? The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1743. A record vote has been requested by Representative Tinderholt. The clerk will ring the bell. Each voting aye. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Wally voting aye. Have all voted? Being 142 ayes and 2 nays, the bill moves to encroachment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1647. The clerk will read.
HB 1647 by Harris of Anderson, relating to health benefit plan coverage of clinician-administered drugs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harrison of Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this heavily negotiated bill aims to stop the increase in vertical integration between health plans, pharmacy benefit managers, and pharmacies by eliminating white bagging.
Does any member wish to speak on, for, or against the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Harrison to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1647. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1647 is passed to engrossment.
The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1841. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1841 by Wally, relating to landlord and tenant dispute information reported by justice courts to the Texas Judicial Council and made accessible to the public.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 1841 under Rule 11, Section 2 and Rule Section 4, Section 40.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Tinderholt raises a point of order against further consideration of CSHB 1841 under Rule 4, Section 40 on the grounds that the committee substitute is not germane. The original bill required justice courts to report certain statistical information on a class of cases filed under the property code to the Texas Judicial Council. The committee substitute required any court with original or appellate jurisdiction over the same property code cases to report the same required information. Mr. Tinderholt argues that the original class covered by the bill was justice courts, and the substitute impermissibly expanded that class. Under Section 71.035 Government Code, the Texas Judicial Council has jurisdiction over the collection of statistical information from all state courts. The subject of the bill is the collection of a class of statistical information by the Texas Judicial Council from courts subject to its jurisdiction. That statistical class was not changed by the substitute. Thus, the committee substitute is germane. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to continue explaining the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize for the delay in laying out this bill. So this bill is a transparency bill. All it does is allows for data to be collected on landlord-tenant disputes. This is about transparency, and I want to thank Chief Justice Hecht for the work that he has done and all the folks in our judiciary that are trying to get a handle of this type of data, and I move passage.
Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to close on the bill.
I close.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1841. A record vote has been requested by Ms. Isaac. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Wally voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all voted? Show Ms. Zwiener voting aye. Show Ms. Goodwin voting aye. Have all voted? There being 88 ayes, 55 nays, House Bill 1841 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2024. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2024 by Leach relating to statute of limitation and repose for certain claims arising out of residential construction.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, under current Texas law, the statute of repose for construction design professionals and most contractors is 10 years. This bill will provide builders in exchange for a reduced statute of warranty to 6 years with a significant incentive to provide homeowners with strong written warranties in exchange for lowered statutes of repose. I believe this will provide more opportunities, not less, more opportunities for homeowners to have construction projects remedied by their builders. And I appreciate all the folks who've worked with me in getting this bill to this point. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Leach, I just would like to ask, why are you bringing this bill?
Well, I'm bringing this bill because I think it's a good idea to do this. Currently, our statute of repose, as I mentioned, is 10 years. And my initial bill as filed, Representative Goodwin brought it down to 5 years. And after a multitude, hours and hours and hours of stakeholder negotiations, communications, decided that 6 years would be the appropriate number. It's in line with the vast majority of other states. In fact, there are a multitude of states that have much less than 6 years. And when I said in my layout that this actually provides an incentive for home builders, reputable home builders, to provide warranties that right now are not being provided in exchange for a lower statute of limitations, statute of repose, I think it's a great, this is a great product for homeowners to protect homeowners against construction damage.
I'm just not really clear why you would change it from 10 years to 6 years, but I'm curious, did you get any input from consumers?
Absolutely, yes.
So is this in any way beneficial to people who've bought new construction homes who later are confronted with a foundation issue or other serious problem, which isn't obvious when the home is purchased?
If you care about your constituents being able to have their construction defects and construction problems remedied timely, then this bill, you should support this bill unequivocally. We want more builders to be offering warranties. We want more homeowners to have warranties. We want these claims to be covered, but and so that's what this bill does, is by way of reducing it to 6 years, you're going to have more of that happening, not less. This is a bill that is friendly to homeowners. I believe that.
You know, I agree with you that we want our homeowners to be protected because they are investing a large amount of money when they buy a new home. I've been selling homes for about 20 years now. One new construction sale that stands out in my memory is a case where the home had major foundation issues. The home was less than 10 years old when my clients bought it. They were the third owners of the home. The first homeowners discovered an issue with the foundation within the first couple of years, but when they asked the builder to fix the foundation, the builder refused. The builder sent someone to measure the house, and they said the foundation was within tolerance. The owner wasn't satisfied. They ended up making cosmetic fixes, slapping some lipstick on the pig, and they sold the house. The same scenario played out for the second owners. They had cracks. They asked the builder to fix them. The builder refused, saying the foundation was within tolerance. And so they sold the house to my clients, again, after slapping some lipstick on the pig. My clients, within a few months, close to the 10-year time frame, discovered cracks. In the end, the cracks were large enough to fit my finger in, and yet the builder still said it was within tolerance. But if you know me, you know I can be tenacious, and I wasn't going to let my client suffer for a mistake the builder made. In the end, the builder fixed the foundation years after they should have done so, and yet just before the 10-year end of their warranty. My point is that there are times when a homeowner may need a full 10 years to be able to make a claim for major issues in a home. Will a homeowner still be able to make a claim on a cracked foundation up to 10 years after the house was built?
So the scenario you just described is the perfect scenario of why we need this bill, and actually another bill that I'm hopeful will hit the House floor relating to the Residential Construction Liability Act that would, in the case of your initial home, folks who either bought the home or they may have built the home. I don't remember exactly the fact scenario, but if there's a construction defect for which the builder is responsible, then the vast majority of builders in this state are going to do, unlike what that builder did, are going to fix those problems, to have them fixed. I don't know the specific facts of that case, but if they had followed the Residential Construction Liability Act provisions, which set forth a very detailed procedure for problems to be identified as soon as possible, for builders to be given the opportunity to inspect and to repair, in cases where builders, like in your instance, refuse to do so, it would give
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
thank you, Mr. Speaker, would give the homeowners in those cases the opportunity to go through a process to get that builder, and in some cases, yes, to force that builder to fix it, to make the necessary repairs. And if in fact they didn't, then at that point, it would be incumbent upon the homeowner at that point to file a lawsuit if they needed to pursue their legal options to be made whole and for the construction to be remedied. That is currently provided under Texas law. What this bill does is it's about the statute of repose, which, yes, is currently 10 years. It will reduce it to 6 years, but only if the builder offers a warranty that right now is not required under Texas law. And so I think in your case, both those bills, both those laws working together, it's going to protect against the situations that you just described.
Representative, that sounds good. I hope that you are correct, and I hope that it does help provide what our homeowners need when they're spending a lot of money on a new home. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Goodwin. You raised a good point. I know there comes a point in our debate where a lot of stuff that we do is pretty easy to follow. It's just stuff that's been pretty much agreed to, and So we're partly paying attention. I would ask you to pay attention to what we're doing here. I think Representative Leach is doing the right thing to address this issue, but there really, from what I can see, is not a lot of input from consumers. I think if you look at the HRO and you look at the members who are for this proposal, you're not going to find homeowners that registered in favor of this. And what I would say is on a statute of repose, the policy is we're going to lower the statute of repose if you offer or provide a warranty when you sell a home. If you look at the top 15 home builders in the state of Texas, they all do this. So for all the home builders you know of, they already provide this, but we're asking folks to give away a right of 10 years and arbitrarily just pick a right that gives us protection for 6 years. And here's where I have the heartburn, and I was talking to some members about this earlier that were involved. Last session, we took this issue up for public buildings, for our schools, courthouses, government buildings, and we lowered the statute of repose from 10 years to 8 years. And so we give our taxpayer-supported buildings protection for 8 years, but we're going to give our constituents protection for 6. And I have a concern about that. And when I go back home, I don't want someone to tell me, well, thank you for the $400 or $500 you just saved me on property taxes. Now you've taken away 4 years of my protection on my home. A mortgage is 30 years. If you really know what you're doing, maybe you can get your mortgage knocked out in 20. If you have no other expenses, maybe you do it in 15. We need to have a commitment that follows that house as we pay for it, because there's some things that are easy to find, and we know what that is, but then there's some things you just don't know until you know, and that could be too late. So all I'm asking in this amendment is if we want to move in that direction, let's move in the same direction we did with our public buildings. Let's go from 10 years to 8 years. I was talking to Chair Leach about it. It's not something he thinks he can do, but I think this body can. And so for our homeowners' rights, for our property rights, all I'm saying is we take a standard and say we're going to go and do this slowly. So if you adopt this amendment, we're going to take a standard to 8 years, not 6. And I hope it's acceptable to the author.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you. With all due respect to Representative Martinez-Fisher, this is not acceptable to the author. I mean, tell me you're not gutting the bill while you're essentially gutting the bill. It's 10 years right now. My initial bill was going to bring it down to 5 years, which is in line with many of the states. And after significant, and I would say substantial stakeholder discussions, including many homeowners, yes, home builders, other groups as well, we thought that 6, with an incentive for a warranty, was the right policy. Members, I would ask that you would stick with me. This bill is well considered. It's strongly written and smartly crafted to protect homeowners, to ensure construction defects are timely repaired, and to encourage home builders to provide warranties that otherwise they're not right now providing. So I'd ask that you stick with me, members, and vote no on this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez-Fisher to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to be perfectly honest and clear here. The only thing that's getting gutted are homeowners and homeowners' rights. That's what's getting gutted, not this bill. It's the rights of our homeowners. Look at the HRO, and you'll know who's for this. And it's Association of Builders after Association of Builders after Association of Builders. I do not see John Doe. I do not see Jane Doe. I do not see homeowners saying we're okay to lower my rights from 10 years to 6 years. I'm not asking to gut this bill. I'm saying let's move slowly. Let's be consistent. If it's 8 years for government buildings, then it should be 8 years for homeowners. And that's all I'm asking for. So I'm asking you to vote yes on this important amendment, and I'm going to ask for a record vote.
Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Martinez-Fisher. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting nay. Show Mr. Martinez-Fisher voting aye. Have all voted? There being 65 ayes, 80 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Does anyone else wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2024. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 2024 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2473. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2473 by Busey relating to improvements to the Texas Information and Referral Network.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2473 until the end of the calendar today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4757. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4757 by Orr relating to the preservation of Fairfield Lake State Park.
The chair recognizes Ms. Orr to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As all of you know, Fairfield Lake State Park is located in House District 13 in Freestone County, which I am proud to represent. House
Speaker.
Bill 47.
Mr. Bell, for what purpose?
I'd like to call a point of order against further consideration of this bill based on the fact that I'm not sure that's really Representative Harris there. Because Representative Harris is who represents my ranch there in Freestone County. And it just doesn't look like you, Mr. Speaker, Representative.
I agree.
Mr. Bell, you must not have been here for redistricting, and that's not the case.
Can I proceed? Okay. HB 4757 was unanimously passed out of committee and has garnered substantial support throughout this process. Since news of the park's possible closure was made public, my office has received communication from thousands of Texans urging us to do anything we could to preserve this treasured park. The intent of this legislation is to protect the park to be enjoyed by Texans for generations to come, just like it has been for almost 50 years. This bill will simply require that Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission approve any application for a new or amended water right related to Big Brown Creek or Fairfield Lake in the Trinity River Basin in Freestone County. With this process in place, I believe the lake and the park can be preserved. I truly appreciate the work and the time that Chairman Ashby and many of my fellow colleagues have given to this cause.
Mr. Ashby, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady please yield?
Will the lady yield?
Yes.
For a question.
The lady yields for
Yes.
questions.
Oh, he was nice. Yes.
So, Representative Orr, this is your first bill.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What committee did this bill come through?
This committee was heard in Cultural Rec and Tourism. Has the best chair in the House.
Wow. Unanimous consent, we just adopt this one. So one thing that surprised me, and I just wanted to ask you for further clarification, it's my understanding that Fairfield Lake last year was rated the third best bass fishing lake in the entire state of Texas. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is it true that you caught the largest bass in the lake last year?
I don't like to brag about that, but
So, as you know, the park was temporarily closed earlier this year, but it was reopened on March 14th.
That's right.
And would you enlighten the body a little bit about what the response has been from across the state to enjoy this state park?
it has been flooded with visitors, and it was so good to see the line of boats lined up on that day just to get in through the front gates. Thank you for that.
Yeah, congratulations. It's a great first bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, it is my intent to speak for 10 minutes on this bill.
You got the wrong calendar, Mr. Wu.
I'm sorry. Would the lady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady yields for questions.
Representative Orr, I know this is a fairly historic and an important body of water in the state of Texas. Would you not agree?
I agree.
This is a lake that many Texans use for recreation.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, that being true, why do you have it in your bill that this is mandated now as a nude-only beach?
Oh, yes. I'm surprised you caught that, but thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Now, is nudity required to be on this lake now after your bill passes?
Would you like to offer an amendment?
Absolutely. Would you accept the amendment to strike the enacting clause of the bill?
Yes.
Okay,
no.
let's do it.
No.
Ms. Gervin
Speaker.
Hawkins, for what purpose?
Representative, would you open up for a few questions?
Will the lady yield for questions? The lady yields for questions.
It's my understanding you are a devout Republican. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I'm wearing red today, but do you think I'm a devout Republican?
There's room for everybody in our club.
That's right. You making room for me?
Do what?
You making room for me,
I will make
Representative?
room for you. And I love your outfit.
When we first met, one of the things that you talked about as a freshman that we needed to create a caucus, right?
That's right. We have our own caucus.
All right. Now, what's our caucus?
It's called the Dimple Caucus.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bell, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some serious questions?
Will the lady yield for serious questions about this bill?
So, on this bill, it's my
She yields.
understanding that this bill deals with the water that's in the lake, which was agreed to years ago, that the water would just recirculate through the lake, and there's a concern that that water is now going to be sent to Fort Worth, which would result in a taking from all those folks who are downstream who would have previously agreed to the use of the water in the manner that it was described when that was agreed to.
This bill will prevent that.
And this bill would prevent that. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to explain that, because I do think it is important that people recognize that this is about the water in that lake and all those folks downstream from that who depend on that water, including those all the way to the Gulf of Mexico who have junior and senior water rights, which would be impaired by taking of the water and repurposing it out of the watershed that it's currently in.
Agreed. Thank you.
I believe you have a good bill. Thank you.
you.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Vasut, for what purpose?
Is the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady
Okay.
yields.
What is a yamster?
I don't know what a yamster is.
What? Cecil, you lied to me.
Hey, that should be a point of order. I'm sure it's some kind of point of order.
Well, yeah, another question here. Did you used to work for Representative Harris?
I did.
That was not Representative Caroline Harris, for the record, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Was Representative Harris, who currently sits in the speaker's position behind you, was he a good boss, a fair boss, an okay boss?
He was the best.
He was the best.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's about the club. What is a yam? Where did that word come from? That was relayed to me earlier. Do you have any idea what a yamster is?
No, but I know what a yamboree is.
That's it.
Yes.
That's it. What's a
Yes.
yamboree?
It's kind of like a jamboree, but it takes place in Upshur County, and it is the East Texas State Yamboree. Happens in October every year.
Were you a participant in this event?
I was a duchess in 1987.
Oh, so you're royalty.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, congratulations on your first bill, and welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it correct that under the House rules, if a former staffer, now member's former boss, does not help haze them on the floor, that their bill immediately fails?
I'm not sure I understood the question, Ms. Weiner.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, are you allowed to be behind the dais instead of hazing your former staffer right now?
Fair point, Ms. Weiner. I might come down.
Wonderful. Thank you.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Ashby.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment just further clarifies the role that Texas Parks and Wildlife will have under this bill with respect to Fairfield Lake. I believe it is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Ashby sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Orr to close on the bill.
Thank you. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4757. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 4757 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3331. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3331 by Timish, relating to a convicted felon serving as an executor of a decedent estate in certain circumstances.
The chair recognizes Ms. Timish to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 3331 states convicted felons would be able to be appointed as an executor of an estate if they are named in the will of the decedent. They are otherwise qualified to serve as the executor, and the court approves of the person serving as the executor. The idea for this bill came from a constituent of mine who'd reached out to our office because he was in the process of writing his will and learned that his only son and only family member in Texas would not be able to be the executor of his estate because of a felony conviction on his record. Since his release, my constituent's son has turned his life around. He has a family, a job, and has learned from his mistakes. Yet instances like these are a constant reminder of his past. Current statute excludes convicted felons from being an executor of an estate, no matter the decedent's wishes, unless they've been pardoned or have had their civil rights restored.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I will yield for questions.
The lady yields for questions.
Ms. Timish, which county do you represent?
Denton County,
Denton County. And what district are you in?
House District 65.
So you represent House District 65 in the Texas House?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the last time House District 65 had a bill on the floor of the Texas House?
It would have been in the 85th session.
Is that 2017?
Yes, sir.
So it's been a little while for House District 65.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here. Proud to have you as a member of the House.
Thank you, Jared.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
If the gentlelady would yield.
Will the lady yield for questions?
Will you yield, ma'am?
Yield for questions, yes, okay. Representative Canales.
So what if I'm convicted of murdering the person that left the will? And I'm convicted of that felony. Do I still get to be the executor?
If you're convicted of a felony,
Yes.
repeat the question.
If I'm convicted, this is to allow people that are convicted of a felony to potentially be the executor, correct?
If a court approves of that.
Well, if the court approves me and I murdered the person that named me in the will, is that okay?
So
Welcome to the Texas House.
another section of law prohibits that.
Mr. Vasut, for what purpose?
Yes, I will yield for questions.
State your inquiry.
I withdraw the inquiry. So, gentlelady, yield for questions.
Will the lady yield for questions?
So I yield for
The
questions.
lady yields for questions.
Now, when you laid this bill out, did you have a witness on this bill when you got into the room?
I did have a witness that provided.
Did somebody step up and decide to testify on your bill after hearing it for the first time?
Yes.
And was that person actually directly impacted by your bill?
They were directly impacted by that bill. That witness, who was there for another committee hearing, was sitting in, and they were actually the executor for their uncle's will. They had, years ago, had a felony on their record, and she did not realize that she would not be able to execute that will upon the death of her uncle. You're correct.
How'd that make you feel to know that your bill positively benefited somebody in the room?
I absolutely love that being able to serve in the State House, that we can have a story of redemption for people that have turned their lives around, and we're making a difference here.
Thank you very much. I agree with that redemption as well. Thank you for this bill, and welcome to the House.
Thank you. Speaker,
Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3331. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Tinderholt. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Timish voting aye. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Kane voting no. Show Mr. Harrison voting aye. Show Mr. De Ayala voting aye. Show Ms. Plessa voting aye. Have all voted. There being 137 ayes, 10 nays, House Bill 3331 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1888. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1888 by Lopez of Cameron, relating to the route designation for the issuance of a permit for the movement of oversized and overweight vehicles in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Members, recent cartel activity on the Mexican side of the Los Indios Bridge has made it unsafe for cargo vehicles to cross at that location. This is why House Bill 1888 amends the Transportation Code by designating an extension of the current overweight corridor boundaries along the US 281 Military Highway to Hidalgo County and Cameron County from FM 509 to FM 1015 to allow our truck drivers driving cargo vehicles to have a safer route for overweight trucks. I move passage.
Ms. Niave Criado, for what purpose?
Does the lady yield?
Good job.
Will the lady yield?
I yield for questions.
The lady yields for questions.
Representative Lopez, is it true that you go by the name of J-Lo? J-Lo. I trained the other one. You trained J-Lo? And in fact, we heard that there might be, if there were, a Hollywood movie about your life, who do you think the person that would best represent you be as the main actress in that movie? I would be the J-Lo with chickens. Okay. The J-Lo with chickens, so tell us about that, because I heard you have quite a few. How many do you have? What are their names? I got Brownie, Goldie, and I got a nameless one also. And Brownie they all and make eggs. Okay. And also, I heard that maybe possibly one of your favorite bands is one of my favorite bands. What's one album that you never get tired of listening to? I like listening to the one you listen to every day. Which is which one? The J-Lo. The J-Lo J-Lo too. album. I heard you also like New Kids on the Block. Is that true? New Kids on the Block. I used to wear the big old pins. Yes. In sixth grade. We definitely love New Kids on the Block, who were one of the biggest bands when we were growing up. Okay. And also you are what's your profession outside of this chamber? I'm a licensed counselor. And as a licensed counselor, do you often evaluate individuals' potential mental health issues that individuals have? I do for my clients. Okay. And do you think that perhaps there are some needs that are within this capital.
I have a diagnosis book with me.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your service. Welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Vasut, for what purpose?
Will the lady yield?
Will the lady yield?
I yield for questions.
The lady yields for questions.
Good answer. You guys are learning fast. Now, Representative Lopez, are you a doctor yet?
No, I'm working on my doctorate.
You in progress?
Yes, sir.
How much longer before you'll be Dr. Lopez?
I took a break so I can do this.
Ah.
So it'll take another year and a half.
I see. I see. Well, I look forward to that and appreciate your service. Welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you.
Ms. Perez, for what purpose?
Will the gentle lady yield?
Will the lady yield?
I yield for questions.
The lady yields for questions.
I'm glad you clarified that. So tell me who your predecessor was before you won this last election.
I have two predecessors, Alex Dominguez and Eddie Lucio III.
So Eddie Lucio, do you know how many years he served in the House?
E3 served about 10 years.
About 10 years. Did anyone tell you that you had some large shoes to fill?
Very large shoes, especially with his dad.
And do you know what size of shoes Representative Lucio? What size of shoes Representative Lucio wore?
I'm not advised.
Somebody cheated. And so, if you're not advised, do you think he had large feet or smaller feet?
I'm not advised.
She's not advised. So, okay, fine. Are you, how tall exactly are you?
4'11".
4'11". Do you know who the shortest member of the House is now that you've successfully become a member?
Briscoe K.
You're absolutely correct. You have earned your place in the House. Welcome to your Texas House.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mrs. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes, I will yield
The
for
lady yields for
questions.
questions.
So, Representative Lopez, I wanted to ask you about some of the conflict that I've heard is ongoing in the freshman class of the Texas House. Could you please tell this body about the conflict between you and Mihaela related to poultry?
We don't agree on chickens. I want chickens, she doesn't.
So I want to make sure I understood you correctly. Representative Lopez, are you planning to release chickens on the floor of the House?
I have 5 chickens to bring to the House.
Well, Representative Lopez, I look forward to that day. Let me know and I'll bring 8. It'll be great.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I yield for
The
questions.
lady yields for questions.
Ms. Lopez, do you think that there are crazy people in this House?
Crazy is not in the DSM book.
Can you list for me some of the mental health diagnoses in the DSM? Anytime now.
I would take all day to list them.
Which one again?
I would take all day to list them if I do that.
How about we start with one? What would be the... Just look around and you can find a mental health disorder. Can you list one?
We'll say psychosis.
Psychosis. Are you describing a particular member right now? You can mention another name or the same one if you'd like.
I'm not advised.
You are a professional counselor, is that correct?
Correct.
So you can't recognize mental health disorders?
I don't have my diagnosis book in front of me.
Thank you, Representative, for being a part of this body. I didn't call it a crazy house, but the longer you're here, maybe that may change.
Thank you.
Ms.
Mr.
Bowers,
Speaker.
for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I yield for
The
questions.
lady yields.
So, Representative Lopez, I've been telling you all session that you bring good bills. I'm just wondering which party you really should be a member of.
You should say I'm right where I belong.
I'm right where I belong, and there's room for more.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Ms. Lopez, I just want to say, do you take advice from Democratic members?
I take advice from smart people.
I recommend you move passage.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1888. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Tinderholt. A record vote is granted. If the freshman will move, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Dr. Lalani voting aye. Show Mr. Gerdes voting aye. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Have all voted. There being 142 ayes, 2 nays, House Bill 1888 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2674. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2674 by Kitzman, relating to the application submitted to the Comptroller for designation as a state depository.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 2674 relating to the application submitted to the Comptroller for the designation of a state depository. This bill, the Treasury Operations Division of the Comptroller of Public Accounts, is the center of financial operations for the state and managing the flow of over 200,000 transactions daily in and out of the over 500 bank accounts. Treasury operations receive and process deposits of all state agencies, pay all state disbursements, and account for all state agencies' cash and interest earnings. In a sense, this bill lays out and allows the Comptroller's office to do electronic communications instead of the old snail mail stuff.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Does Representative Stewart Kitzman, Stanley, what's his name?
Mr. Kitzman, Representative Kitzman.
Oh, okay, Representative Kitzman, thank you. Does he yield?
Does Representative Kitzman yield?
Kitzman. Yeah.
For what purpose, sir?
Just a question.
I yield.
He yields for
And now for the respectful part, because the question I'm going to ask is actually a serious one. You have a Bronze Star?
I do.
I don't know if the body knows that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Landgraf, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield to some questions?
Will the gentleman yield to questions?
I yield, sir.
The gentleman
Representative Kitzman, is it also true, in addition to being the recipient of the Bronze Star, that you were also a member of the Fighting Texas Aggie Band?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Yeah. And so how many years were you a member of the Fighting Texas Aggie Band?
4 years.
All right, so that would include your freshman year too, is that right?
That's correct, Fish Kitzman.
And then, so when you were Fish Kitzman, there were generally 4 responses that you could give to any given question, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Well, and I'm sure you remember the first 3, but what was the only appropriate response if you were asked a question and you were not aware, not advised of the answer?
Sir, not being informed to the highest degree of accuracy, I hesitate to articulate that I may deviate from the true course of rectitude. In short, sir, I'm a very dumb fish and do not know, sir.
Well,
Very good. Very good.
all right, Representative Kitzman, you passed the test. This is a good bill. Welcome to the Texas House of Representatives.
Thank you.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will he yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
He will.
So, Mr. Kitzman, do you believe that people learn something new every day?
I know I have to.
Well, I learned something new in the Agriculture and Livestock Committee sitting next to you. I learned that sometimes animals have issues with their spines. Were you aware of that?
I'm aware of that.
And sometimes animals can actually go to the chiropractor. Did you know that?
That's what I understand.
And who would be against people being able to take their animals to go see a chiropractor?
I am not advised on that at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Kitzman.
Thank you.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2674. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 2674 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out HCR 87. The clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 87 by Jatan, commemorating the 70th anniversary of the alliance between the Republic of Korea and the United States.
The chair recognizes Representative Jatan to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Concurrent Resolution 87 recognizes the 70th anniversary of the alliance between the Republic of Korea and the United States. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker.
The chair lays out House Bill 2473 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2473 by Busey, relating to improvements to the Texas Information and Referral Network.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2473 until 9 a.m. Friday, April the 21st.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Is Dr. Bonin on the floor of the House?
Members, we are moving on to the items eligible calendar. The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 1 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 1 with Senate amendments and recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the Senate amendments.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate made substantial changes to House Bill 1, which is the budget, and I request the appointment of a conference committee.
Dr. Bonin moves that the House refuse to concur in Senate amendments to HB 1 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is granted. The following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 1. Bonin, Chair. Gonzalez of El Paso, Jatan, Van Dever, Wally. House conferees on HB1. Bonin, Chair.
Members, we have a memorial resolution. Please take your seats. The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton for a motion.
Mr. Speaker and members, I move to suspend all necessary rules and the unnecessary ones to take up and consider House Resolution 1163.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1163 by Dutton in memory of the Reverend Ricky Charles Bell, pastor of Forest Lawn Missionary Baptist Church in Houston.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll do it. Okay. On April 11, members, Pastor Ricky Bell, who is the minister since 1993 at the Forest Lawn Missionary Baptist Church in my district, passed away. And so we lost a good servant. He was a good community person. And so I thank you for letting me do this resolution right now. His funeral is tomorrow. And so I thank you for that, and his family thanks you. And God bless him. And I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. Is Mr. Herrera on the floor? The chair recognizes Mr. Herrera for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Corrections to hear House Bill 4362 in a public hearing on Monday, April 24th at 11 a.m. in room E2.028 to consider, once again, House Bill 4362 by Ann Johnson of Harris relating to the eligibility of certain criminal defendants for an order of non-disclosure of criminal history record information. I move for passage.
Members heard the motion to object, and the chair hears none, so ordered. The following bills and resolution on first reading and referral, the clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
HB 5385 by Oliverson relating to the creation of the Harris County Municipal Utility District number 582, granting a limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes, for the Committee on Land and Resource Management. HB 5386 by Thompson of Harris relating to the creation of the Harris County Municipal Utility District number 589, granting a limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes, for the Committee on Land and Resource Management. HB 5387 by Vasu relating to the election terms and resignation of the Board of Commissioners for the Brazoria Drainage District number 4, referred to the Committee on Natural Resources. HB 5388 by Gerties relating to the creation of the Marindale Municipal Utility District Number 1 of Caldwell County, Texas, granting a limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes. Referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. HB 5389 by Bell Montgomery relating to the creation of the Harris-Waller County's Municipal Utility District Number 8, granting a limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes. Referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. HB 5390 by Kitzman relating to the creation of the Waller County Municipal Utility District Number 52, granting a limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes. Referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. HB 5391 by Bell Montgomery relating to the creation of the Montgomery County Municipal Utility District Number 218, granting a limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes. Referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. HB 5392 by Smith relating to the creation of the Highland Park Municipal Utility District of Grayson County, granting a limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes. Referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. HB 5393 by Kitzman relating to the creation of the Waller County Municipal Utility District Number 5, granting a limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes. Referred to the Committee on Land and Resource Management. HB 5394 by Bell Montgomery relating to the powers, duties, territory, and governance of the Westwood Magnolia Parkway Improvement District. Referred to the Committee on County Affairs. SB 11 by Nichols relating to measures for ensuring safety and security in public schools, including measures related to certain student records and truant conduct and active shooter training for peace officers. Referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 49 by Zaffarina relating to crime victims' compensation. Referred to the Committee on Juvenile Justice and Family Issues. SB 200 by Eckhart relating to the period for which an applicant for admissions as an undergraduate student to a public institution of higher education is entitled to an academic fresh start. Referred to the Committee on Higher Education. SB 260 by Colcourse relating to confirmation of a voter's residence by a voter registrar. Referred to the Committee on Elections. SB 510 by Perry relating to the confidentiality of certain information maintained by state licensing agencies. Referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 526 by West relating to requiring prior approval by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to offer a degree or certificate program to certain persons who are incarcerated or subject to involuntary civil commitment. Referred to the Committee on Higher Education. SB 553 by West relating to dedication ceremonies for new state buildings. Referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 593 by Sparks relating to an independent assessment of the Health and Human Services Commission and the Department of Family and Protective Services rules, minimum standards, and contract requirements that apply to certain residential child care providers. Referred to the Committee on Human Services. SB 926 by Parker relating to certain temporary sales by a mixed beverage permit holder. Referred to the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 1057 by Whitmire relating to the authority of certain municipalities and local government corporations to use certain tax revenue for certain qualified projects. Referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1083 by King relating to issue restrictions and duties regarding repair of a motor vehicle covered under insurance policy. Referred to the Committee on Insurance. SB 1158 by Whitmire relating to single event classification for eligibility under a major events reimbursement program. Referred to the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 1188 by Hinojosa relating to receivership of the Agua Special Utility District and requirements for the Board of Directors of the Agua Special Utility District. Referred to the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 1212 by Johnson relating to the interconnection and integration of distributed energy resources. Referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1243 by Huffman relating to the franchise tax treatment of certain broadband grants made for the purposes of broadband deployment in the state. Referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1445 by Paxton relating to the continuation and functions of the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. Referred to the Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety. SB 1484 by Creighton relating to a border operations training program for peace officers employed by local law enforcement agencies. Referred to the Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety. SB 1495 by Johnson relating to the confidentiality of certain information collected by certain local governments and airport governing boards at a parking facility. Referred to the Committee on Transportation. SB 1518 by King relating to the establishment of a terrorist offender registry and to the supervision of those terrorist offenders creating criminal offenses related to terrorism. Referred to the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1750 by Betancourt relating to abolishing the county elections administrator position in certain counties. Referred to the Committee on Elections. SB 1852 by Flores relating to active shooter training for peace officers. Referred to the Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety. SB 1861 by Betancourt relating to the provision of virtual education in public schools and to certain waivers and modifications by the Commissioner of Education to the method of calculating average daily attendance in an emergency or crisis for purposes of preserving school district funding entitlements under the Foundation School Program during that emergency or crisis, authorizing a fee. Referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 2018 by Flores relating to prohibitions on camping in a public place. Referred to the Committee on State Affairs. SB 2021 by Paxton relating to requirements for certain internet websites containing sexual material harmful to minors, providing a civil penalty. Referred to the Committee on Youth, Health, and Safety Select. SB 2144 by Parker relating to advanced air mobility technology. Referred to the Committee on Transportation. SB 2284 by Middleton relating to the sale of distilled spirits to ultimate consumers by the holder of a distiller's and rectifier's permit. Referred to the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. SB 2429 by Hancock relating to reporting procedures and training programs for law enforcement agencies regarding missing children and missing persons. Referred to the Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety. The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendar. HCR 108 by Craddock, HCR 1165 by Cassell, HR 1168 by Bojani, HR 1169 by Cassell, HR 1170 by Guerra, HR 1171 by Jones of Dallas, HR 1172 by Guerra, HR 1172 by Guerra, HR 1174 by Busey, HR 1178 by Herrero, HR 1179 by Cassell, HR 1180 by Cassell, HR 1181 by Oliverson, HR 1182 by Longoria, HR 1183 by Gonzalez of El Paso, HR 1185 by Guerra, HR 1186 by Frazier, HR 1187 by Frazier, HR 1188 by Kitzman, HR 1189 by Turner, HR 1190 by Frazier, HR 1191 by Frazier, HR 1192 by Paul, HR 1193 by Davis, HR 1194 by Oliverson.
Members, the speaker desk is clear. If you have any announcements, please bring them down front. Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Please state your inquiry.
Will there be an announcement from the Speaker with regard to the business for tomorrow morning?
Yes, it'll be brief. I can tell you right now, the Speaker's reunion day tomorrow will be at 10 a.m. or on the conclusion of the third reading calendar. We will convene at 9. We will hopefully conduct our business between 9 and 10, and at 10 we will have the Speaker's Day reunion.
Thank you.
And Mr. Bryant, you'll be here twice, right? Thank you.
Mr. Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Please state your inquiry.
Do I get to walk around the room?
You can walk
like
around all day long. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You got it. Mr. Busey moves the House adjourned until 9 a.m. Friday. Is there objection? The chair here is none. The House stands adjourned.